Wee. This is the first time in a while I haven't had any waiting viewers before my stream. Clearly, this means, my channel's falling apart. I have no viewers. No, it's probably a side effect of the fact that, you know, I did a story stream, I did 2 streams with lower viewership lately, and then now I'm doing one that doesn't have a particular gimmick to it, and therefore the stream gets no viewers. But anyways, we got a bunch of things on the docket. First, we're gonna finish polearms only, because actually we're gonna do polearms only, and then shortly the whatever tiny little bit of event stuff I have to do on weapons only, which is just going to be a couple minutes. But yeah, we'll do finish up this event on polearms only. Not this one. This one you can't finish yet, but we're gonna do this and then this, and then we'll move on to my main account where I gotta do events there. Gonna talk about the Needless Lolly team. Gotta see what's happening in Lolly's house, or our house. And oh yeah, we gotta look at the Natlan story poll, which honestly, I don't know. I might record that, and maybe I'll turn that. Maybe that'll be a rare thing I can turn into a video. But anyways, and then I also have to do some farming for Shenhe and Lanyan. And I am, as you know, I am always very focused, an efficient individual when it comes to my live streams. So this will all go exactly as planned. Yep, that's the plan. Anyways. No stalling, that's not my streamer. Yeah, no. I never stall by accident or on purpose. Look, most of my stalling is not on purpose, I want to emphasize. Some of it is, because like I want to say what I want to say, right? But anyways. It's your best time in the event. I've only done it on polearms only, and I did whatever the easy mode on Formula Weapons only yesterday, and I got, what did I get? 126. There you go. 126. Yeah. So, anyways, I feel like, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to, like, okay, if I like try to do a Moika team, Moika, Sitlolly, Bennett, whatever, I imagine I might be able to, but I refuse. I am not going to, I absolutely refuse to use Moika, Shalona, and Sitlolly, Bennett to solve this problem. We'll see. I haven't tried it on my main account, so this is one of the things I wanted to do today. But yeah, well, thank you. I just want to finish this event quick though on polearms only, because it should not take that long, hopefully. And yeah, did I end up pulling Sitlolly? I mean, I got to 74 pity, but she did not show up, so we're gonna get to 75 pity today, I think. Yes. So, we'll see. Oh, one second, let me, I have a window blocking my information screen by accident. Okay, there we go. Fixed. You couldn't see that, but anyways. I really gotta go and, like, by the way, yesterday I had the realization, like, I had some really good, like, probably reactions, I think, on my face to, like, some things that happened in the story yesterday. Mostly, well, not just in the story, but, like, you didn't get to see my facial reaction to my realization that I, like, accidentally transitioned to shipping Sitlolly and the Traveler together. Which was, I think it would have been a funny clip. So, L on me for not doing face cam, I guess. But, I don't know. He says while he still doesn't have a face cam. I still would rather do, like, a good VTuber setup. But a good VTuber setup is so much harder. It takes far more active effort than a face cam. So, I don't know. Welcome to me and being indecisive, and therefore I just do everything the same because I can't make a decision. So, yeah, I don't know. I think what I have decided is that I might commit hard into it rather than starting small. Even though starting small is this. Well, okay, I might start small, but it might be start small that something you don't see. I have there's okay, so it's so goddamn annoying to do these setups, but I think I'm going to try to copy some of the tracking capability of a VTuber I've seen called Limu, which it might take a hell of a lot of effort to get to the point of this. I skipped a section. Am I the first one to ever fail this event? Did I do the 1K EM seat lolly? I have, you mean the build yesterday? Yeah, I did that yesterday. But, oops, okay. Anyways. What was I doing? What was it doing? I just got distracted by that. Oh yeah, the VTuber model. Limu. So, Limu has like, basically, if you've seen any like really good tracking on a VTuber, it's probably because they're using an iPhone. But like they're using an iPhone with outdated software that requires an older version of iOS, which is so fucking annoying. Like, sorry, so fucking annoying, because you can't easily downgrade. Generally, well, actually, you might be able to. I'm gonna have to look into it. I'm pretty sure you can't easily downgrade software, so I'm gonna have to like find an iPhone that has an older version of iOS specifically that has Face ID capable and can use this application. Actually, but that's a problem too. Can you even download? I'm gonna have to look into if you can download in the App Store. Anyways, point is, high fidelity VTuber tracking stuff is like in a weird spot right now, because like you would think there'd be dedicated hardware or software for how like the size of that industry at this point. Oh, that's what I passed by. But there's like nothing that's really up anywhere near the quality of like Apple's Face ID tracking. But Apple's Face ID tracking is not like a very open thing, right? So, you know, that's the complication. So I don't know. I could do something simpler, but I don't know. It's a technology thing too, and like it would be interesting to me to try to make that work, but also a nightmare. I don't know, and expensive on top of all that. Anyways, that's the only thing I've really settled on, is that I'm a bit more committed to doing a higher quality setup, but it also might be too annoying. If I have a VTuber model, no. Before I get into specifically that. Like I should set up some simple like PNG tuber thing to get used to some of the basic tools, to be clear. That is something I should do, and hopefully soon. The problem is like what I actually am interested in doing is not just a simple PNG tuber thing. That would just be something I should do as an interim step to build towards something else, right? So, anyways. But I think my point is like having some kind of like doing content like I was yesterday, I think is meaningfully more valuable if I have some ability to communicate my facial expressions, even if they are minor, right? So that's where I'm at. Anyways.
All right, let's finish this fast.
I just wanted the chest. I didn't. Okay. Figures that I had to fight some enemies. Please. Oh, I just realized. Oh no, I don't have. Oh, I can't even see the map. I'm pretty sure I haven't gone to the new area on Polem's Only yet either. So same thing I did yesterday. I'm gonna have to go. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'm not gonna. When does this event end? Does anyone know when this event ends? So like, I was originally not gonna stream, by the way, because I was like, I can do this on Thursday. I can do the stuff I was gonna do today on Thursday instead, and then I can focus on recording 2 videos that I wanted to make to record today. And then. It didn't happen. Or I streamed anyways, because I realized, oh wait, the Abyss resets tomorrow. Which, I'll probably like to stream that. So, I'm going to be streaming for Abyss for like, however many hours. I can't really do all the things I want to do today. And that, and so I want to have an 8-hour stream, which I don't really want to do. So, stream it was. Oops. That's fine. I was like, it's fine. I said I was going to stream anyways, so I should stream. Anyways. Selena's VTuber arc. Yeah, I mean, look, I honestly think I should have done this like 6 months, a year ago, probably. It probably would have been good for me. It probably will be good for me. Like, I think it's an investment, both in time and effort, that will probably pay off. Considering that I don't really want to have a permanent... I don't want to do normal permanent face cam. And I think VTuber models are also more interesting and fun for my personal interests. But yeah, anyways. Remember you wanted us to remind you of something on Wednesday? I don't remember specifically. Well, I wrote down all the things that I wanted to do, so hopefully it was on the list. I do have a list. I do have a list. So hopefully we're good. Anyways. Is it okay to ask for advice on team builds? No, of course not. I've never given advice for team builds before. Well, hopefully you didn't just leave the video as soon as I said that. No, I answered questions all the time randomly. It's probably better if you just ask. I can't guarantee that I'm going to see it at any given moment that you ask, but I would generally recommend just asking. Anyways, you can only drop a model but rigging and all the technical stuff behind it? No, ma'am. Yeah. So yeah, just like trying to figure out who you want to even like have make the model in the first place is its own complexity, right? So anyways, now the bird ones. Yay, yep, I knew it, frick. God dang it, man. Yeah, when does this event end? It's gonna take like an extra 20 minutes to do that. 4 days? No, I should probably do it now. Okay, before I do that though, let's take a brief reprieve from doing that event and do some farming at least. Got to see Lolly with capturing Radiance last night. Nice, congrats. How many 50-50s did you lose in a row? Out of curiosity. Did you lose 2 or 3 or 4? Or no, you can't lose 4. You can only lose 3, because the 4th one would be the guaranteed capturing Radiance. Is Mawika good for free-to-play? I think she's... Because of how strong she is, yes. I'd say if she wasn't, like, as power creepy as she was in her kit, then the answer would probably be no. Right? Like, if she were a bit more balanced. Well, I don't know. It still wouldn't be, like, no. Because, like, even if her multipliers were, like, 25% less, I think for most player standards, she'd still be pretty functional. In, like, a mono pyro team format, right? Especially in the context of, I think, Lanyon coming out. But, anyways. Procrastinating. No, not procrastinating. This is something I have to do anyways on this count. Just doing it, giving myself a reprieve, doing things differently. C1 Arlecchino worth it? Do you already have ideas with C1 Arlecchino? I very much have liked having it on my main account because it uplifted her damage to a level of just higher enough that it felt like I had even less reliance on Bennett was my overall vibe, because I really like playing her in non-Bennett teams. But also now that I'm doing like the flat damage buff things with like now I'm doing the Sitlolly, Sherlone and Yunjin Sitlolly C1 team. The being that her C1 is a multiplier increase. I don't know. It's nice having the interruption resistance too. I think most people will notice that more than anything with C1. So like I think most people would if you like Arlecchino, you're gonna find C1 to be worthwhile. Like if you're like, I already have Arlecchino, should I go for Mawika? When I was looking forward to her, but I don't want someone that's just like a better version of Arlecchino in more limited team contexts. And you still like Arlecchino because you have good taste. Then I do think like it might be the point where like, yeah, you should consider going for Arlecchino constellations over Mawika if that's your decision right now. But anyways, you want to know the reality? I really want to see like, so by the way, if we're okay, here the distraction begins. Oh boy. Let me open up Paimon.moe quick though. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's possible. But I really, in my heart of hearts, I really, really, really want to see Arlecchino's rerun banner have more like people summoned her then summoned Muika. I so badly want to see that happen. Is this gonna work? Blap. No, of course I have to configure it every dang time. I didn't close this window. Why do I have to close it all? Why do I... Anyways, she's at 130k. So she might actually beat Shalonen. She might end up being the most pulled for Natlan character thus far. Right, you got Mulani here, you got Kanich, and this is not necessarily representative of the larger player base, to be clear. Shalonen's at 140k. I would prefer Shalonen I would prefer Shalonen beat out Muika, but yeah, we'll see. So anyways, if we go to Arlecchino though, right? This is like not that insane of numbers. If we go to Arlecchino, right? I would be elated, absolutely elated to see Arlecchino's rerun at least get close to what Muika's numbers get. I so badly want it to happen. This is not me telling you to wish on Arlecchino and submit your data to... I don't even submit my data to Paimon Moe because I don't care. I don't care to like track my details through it. I can track myself. The important things I can track my own. I don't need a third-party tool to help me, personally. But my burst pack. But like, I'm shocked not many pulls at Lolly. I am shocked it's that high actually. Like, you gotta realize, like, to be clear, that Lolly releasing is probably an explanation for why Muika is as low as she is, because it's very possible a lot of the people that are pulling Sitlali would have actually pulled for Muika Constellations if Sitlali hadn't released, right? So those numbers, if it was like some random rerun character nobody cares about, Albedo, right, might be more like 200k, or closer to 200k, I should say, with Muika than Sitlali. So, like, I think this strategy of them releasing 2 5-star units and one that was very much made to, like, be really, really good with Muika backfired on them a little bit, because people were just doing... I think it just pushed people towards making the responsible decision of pulling for the extra character, rather than pulling for constellations on Muika or her weapon. I think that's what is happening here. Somewhat. Like, I think Muika's numbers would be higher, like, on Paimon.moe, relative to, like, what we saw with, like, whatever, Arlecchino, right? If they hadn't done that. But I also think a lot of people are just skipping Muika, because, like, the motorcycle gimmick and a really strong pyro DPS is not enough to make the character worthwhile, and her characterization did not make that strong of impression to many people. So, like, yeah, and I don't know. That's why, like, me not liking some. To be clear, I'm still gonna use Muika. I'm gonna talk about Muika in a team, you know, in a little bit here with Nilu on my main account. But like, I like her for her off-field. But I like her for her off-field because there's so few options for off-field pyro in the game. And even then, I kind of dislike her base kit for off-field because of the stupid, like, fact that she can't burst consistently without being forced to be paired with Natlan units. It's so annoying. Like, the Natlan restriction in her team is so god-awful. Sure. Thank you, game. So, yeah. Strange Overload team is a polearm only team. Anyways. Need someone to rant about C6 Bennett, so I'm not scared about activating it. I mean, it affects very, very few units in the game. Is the main thing to not be afraid about it with it. Like, unless... The only time I have found it not to be a constellation I'm glad to have activated, like... There's many, many times I've been glad to have it activated because he, like, uniquely... I mean, sure. He uniquely enable... Like it basically gives, like Harper just talking about Muika, like, off-field pyro being valuable to me. Bennett gives you off-field pyro functionally. It turns Bennett into a off-field pyro unit for if you have a melee unit that can take advantage of it. You don't always have a melee unit that can take advantage of it, but it enables you to do a lot of additional things with pyro reactions that you otherwise couldn't do potentially. The main compelling things it breaks is C6 Lynette. It broke. Like it definitely reduced the number of compelling C6 Lynette teams, but C6 Lynette is not that good. And I don't think many people are specifically not activating C6 Bennett because of Lynette. But if you're the biggest fan of Lynette in the world, right now, because of the issue that we don't really have many other attack buffers, and if you just want to like amplify C6 Lynette's raw animo damage as much as possible, not being able to use Bennett with her could be a downside to you. But also C6 Lynette, even then, is not that good, to be clear. It's just... And I could also make arguments for a Pyro-infused Lynette being meaningfully stronger than an Animo-infused Lynette. So, because being able to use Lynette's Animo in conjunction with Pyro allows Lynette to have a build that like you configure around her triggering more reactions, rather than just a build where you amplify her raw multiplier damage, and her raw multiplier damage is really low. So like a reaction-focused build, like actually you make use of her being an Animo unit, in conjunction with the fact that she's a melee who could get an infusion. Like, I actually think it's a good thing that she can be overridden. So, anyways. Time to make this journey. We're going to try going a little bit... Yeah, we're going to try going a little bit different way this time. I'm going to try going across the water here, and then going straight there. So, yeah, anyways. The fact that Bennett ruins C6 Chiori. I mean, sure. But, sure. C6 Chiori. That's your worry? Is that C6 Chiori is a signal? Like, they very much... Any unit that matters. Any unit that matters in their base kit for an infusion, then, like, it's not a problem. like they make sure that it's not a problem. They're not stupid.
All right, let's finish this fast.
Like, yes, Eula has the problem, by the way, but Eula Bennett teams are not real anymore. Eula has better options. If you really are dedicated to Eula, you don't care about Bennett with her as far as you're doing your utmost to make sure Eula can work. So, anyways, what does it say? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I've never regretted activating C6 Bennett because he enables ultimately like the things the things that C6 Bennett prevents you from doing are... Oh, I went to the wrong frickin' island. Okay, well, hopefully I can get over here. The things that C6 Bennett prevents you from doing are far rarer than the things that C6 Bennett enables, in my opinion. And that's kind of all it comes down to. So, yeah. But if you don't care about doing whatever pyro reaction shenanigans, and you don't care about buffing your pyro DPS, you don't care about doing, letting, you know, having C6 Bennett allow you to have like a pyro DPS playstyle for any melee unit in the game, like, yeah, right, you don't have any desire to do DPS Bennett himself. Well, you can do Thundering Fury Bennett, I guess, with non-C6 Bennett. That is a minor thing that C6 Bennett kind of breaks, because it screws up the timing of reactions a little bit, but it's not really that real of a thing anyways. It's just a funny meme thing. But yeah, so point being, yes, you can C6 a character. Can you not do that? Yes, you can C6 a character if C6 Unlimited 5-star without... Can you please? Thank you. Please. Thank you. Alright, But but seriously, are you quite seriously going to evaluate whether or not you should activate? You're going to be afraid to activate a 4-star constellation because of a C6 character that you might pull in the future, like C6 Chiori, who is a defense scaling character, by the way, like dual scaling, whatever. But like she's defense scaling enough that she doesn't lose as much from Bennett as she does from whatever. Anyways, and if you're talking C6 level investment, I'm not going to evaluate things from the context of C6. I think that's just nonsense. Like, I don't know. If you actually want to have fun in the game, C6 Bennett, I think, is one of the most fun constellations in the game. That's kind of all of it is. You can F over national reactions. Okay, sure. Again, if you know the specific, if it's important to you that you don't slightly screw up national, then don't activate it. If you know the specific reason not to activate it, then don't activate it, right? That's maybe the simpler way to break it down. If you know the specific reason not to activate C6 Bennett because it's going to affect some team you enjoy, like you know what it is going to affect, then don't activate it. But if you're not activating it because you don't know, that's like if you don't know what it could affect, you're probably safe to activate it. is my overall vibe. And infusions are one of the most fun things in the game, and Pyro Infusion is one of the strongest infusions to have. I would still like them to do more infusions. And I feel like if people open themselves up to the potential of C6 Bennett and realize all the fun things you could have with it, do with it, then, you know, we might actually get more infusers, maybe. But I don't know. They've done other infusers, to be clear. They did Bennett and they did Candace. There is the problem once you activate C6 Bennett. Other infusers have the problem of not doing anywhere near as much as Bennett does for infusion DPSing playstyle, right? Right, that's the one I just did. Ah, I see. Anyways, let's start this conversation. Someone wanted me to yap about C6 Bennett to make them not scared of activating C6 Bennett because they're scared of activating C6 Bennett for some reason. Yeah, I don't know. If you don't have a specific team, like if you're planning to pull C6 Chiori and you really think you're gonna only play C6 Chiori with Bennett for whatever reason, I don't know. Like, and I do think like that's another part of the thing is like, again, if Mihoyo would just release more godforsaken attack buffers in the game, like, it wouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't even be a question, even. You were just immediately running out of focus on. Okay. C6 Chiori even need Bennett LMAO. She can solo everything. I think people way overestimate C6 ability to solo. Like I am skeptical C6 Chiori can solo everything, but I don't remember what it does and I don't care. But anyways, might as well grab this if we can. C6 Chiori is one of the best DPS in the game. Okay, cool. Cool. Please tell me more. I'm so interested. Do you know that C6 Malika is one of the best DPS in the game? Please tell me more. I'm so interested. I don't care about C6 limited characters. I'm sorry. They're not worth talking about. There's no reason to talk about them. The specific nuances of C6 characters basically don't matter. I'm sorry. So, I said C6 limited characters, and say C6 standard banner characters. Those are worth talking about, because you can, after playing a long time, or just having a weird sequence of the game poops the same standard banner character on you, you can potentially get them. Right. Anyways, what was I saying? I don't know, what was I talking about before this, by the way? I'm allowed to be distracted now because we're doing things that I don't need to be talking about. But no, yeah, C2s are worth talking about. I agree. I think up to C2 limited 5 stars is worth talking about, because that's within the realm of real. That's within the realm of realistic achievability. Stupid. I hate the control of this bird, man. I held my button slightly too long. Anyways. Like, should you go for C2s? No, but they are within the realm of achievability, or like possibility to get with good luck kind of thing, that they're worth talking about, right? Wow. Anyways, what we not talk about? I did talk about it. The controls are annoying. When you sprint, you can use the camera to choose the direction of flight. I've seen people mention that before, but it doesn't feel particularly good to control with the camera, from what I can tell. It just feels jank. I think they tried to simplify the controls of the bird, and by simplifying the controls, they made the bird feel worse. That's my guess. But anyways, C2 Clearing, I don't remember what it does. So, anyways, if you have a specific question about C2 Clearing, if you want me to look at it and give you my guess, it's like, I don't know, if you adore Clearing, should you go for it? If I had to guess, does it enable anything new? No. I don't think. Like, that's the constellations I like. I like constellations that change the character's ability to be played in some form. In different ways. Right. Those are the ones that I think actually feel worthwhile. Alright, we're finally done on polearms only. Actually, no, we're not. We have to go see what we can do on the event. As interruption resistance. How often does Chlorine actually get interrupted? I feel like, I don't know. Like, I'll be honest. Like, do I value the interruption resistance for Arlecchino C1? Yes. I also still maintain my perspective, particularly when characters are really strong, that interruption resistance tends to make them less interesting to play. Like I do think Arlecchino was a bit more fun to play before I had her C1, when I had to dodge more. And to be clear, with units that have like really limited uptime on their stuff, it's a bit more important, because like losing a second of damage uptime with a 7-second burst duration is pretty bad. But is that actually a problem with Chlorine? Particularly if you're doing Thundering Fury, which I feel like you should be, because that just seems more fun on her. I don't know. If you aren't skilled enough with Chlorine to even make it interrupted, I mean, yeah, sure. I think the solution to skill issues is to use the character more. If you like the character enough, you should be fine with using them more to get better at using them. I don't think the solution to skill issues is pull constellations. I don't know. And that's my perspective. But yeah, if you really value the interruption resistance, I guess it's there. What am I doing here? I think I just need to talk to you.
Thank you for...
Flap. Alright. Alright. Last thing to do on this account. Whatever this new boss is. I think it was the statue boss. Abyss reset? That's not today. That's tomorrow. No, it does not reset in 5 minutes, guys. You live in a different part of the world. So, yep. I guess I could technically... Oh, frick. I didn't even think about Abyss on formerly weapons only. Did I complete anything? Oh, this doesn't unlock. Okay, well, I thought that unlocked. Okay, never mind. I guess we're not doing that. Alright. Hold, please. Well, I guess we'll check Abyss then on formerly weapons only. You think after having seen Lolly, Arlecchino C1 is less useful? I mean, yes, the interruption resistance does less when you have a shield already. If you were always playing Arlecchino with Zhongli, Arlecchino C1 is less useful. I still like Arlecchino C1 for what I mentioned before, where like it improves her damage to a level where I feel less reliant on Bennett, and that's the main value I felt from it. The interruption resistance was nice in the context of not needing to care about getting smacked by a ruin guard or something. Is there an increase in damage? I didn't see her C1. Yes. It's a quite significant increase in damage. It is more of an increase in damage than her stupid signature weapon is. Okay. Do I have points? Please tell me I have points. I have points. Let's go. All right. So what we do is we go here quick. Wait. Oh, don't forget. So what do we got here? I got 27 stars. Okay, never mind. I ain't touching 412. Or yeah, no. I'm not in the mood to do that. I don't think we would. Oh, okay. Frick. God dang it. I love how you can't, like, I would, unironically, can I just throw this away? I can't. I just want to complete the dailies without having to spend any extra time on this account today. I would genuinely just throw it in the trash and then craft new resin. Just so I can complete the dailies. Like, actually, kill me, please. Whale thing. That's not a whale thing. This is literally the opposite of a whale account, where my intent for this account is for it to be very casual, where I don't even bother logging on regularly. I was just logging on today because I would like to see a 5-star, and I wanted to complete the dailies. that's it. Well, this is formerly weapons only. It is now a quite the goal is to maintain it as a very casual account. By very casual, I mean not logging in very regularly. What? Okay. Well, I guess this one's time accelerated, right? So is this unlocked? Or is this, no, this is going to be 25 minutes as well. It's going to be 7 hours. Okay, never mind. 7 hours. Okay. People mean like, Abyss resets in 25 minutes. Yeah. In one for 1/3, or actually probably more than 1/3, for part of the player base, for the the Asian time zone-ish area region of the world. Anyways, okay, well, I at least want to complete dailies. There is that, I guess. So I guess we'll just go smack some ley lines. Of course, I didn't get that waypoint. Check if you have any pyro sigils. I don't think I've really done any exploration here. I have 8. Wow.
Except over time.
But we can, I mean, what do we... We're going to get 60 Primo Gems. We have 90... What's I'm going to put... There's a precious chest there. We can open 2 freaking chests and we'll be fine. We can get a single pull. That's the goal. Get a single pull. What is this? It'll light up the torch in order situation. 2 yellow buckets, 3 yellow buckets, 1 yellow bucket, 4 yellow bucket. All right. This is, by the way, this stuff in Natlan is one of the reasons Natlan is a much more pleasing area to explore, because you don't have to like spend 5 minutes switching to characters. Like switch to Amber, you know. To light a pyro torch. Wing. Crazy. Alright. They're craftable weapons in Natlan? Yeah. They're not very good. Well, no. Sorry, that's a lot. They're very much designed for a couple specific characters. The Natlan Claymore is a Kunich weapon. The Catalyst is a Mulani weapon. The bow is an okay Chaska weapon, not even necessarily her best force. Definitely not her best 4-star weapon. But more specifically, not her best craftable. I'm pretty sure the Fontaine craftable can be better, if I recall. But it's close enough that it probably doesn't matter that much as far as Chaska is concerned. There we go. Now we can actually do a single pull after we complete dailies. We're gonna go here. So anyway, and then the what is the polearm is a Kachina weapon. Thanks, Mihoyo. That's really what we needed for craftable polearms. That's exactly what the game needed. It's not like there's 0 generic attack percent polearms that are craftable in the game, and definitely no attack scaling polearm units that could possibly fucking appreciate having an attack percent polearm as a craftable to make them have more compelling free-to-play weapon options that weren't event weapons. No, let's release a defense polearm for a unit that has 0 scaling and doesn't do any damage. Yeah, I guess it's an alternative for Yunjin that slightly frees her from Fab, but Fab is still better if you can finagle it. Thanks. And then what am I forgetting? Oh, the sword. The sword is a defense sword. It's a similar situation. Thanks for making a defense weapon for Shilonen when Fab is better for her. Like, because like Shilonen doesn't need defense unless you have her signature weapon, and you want to min-max her healing. Like, I guess that's the one reason her weapon has for existing. One, if you don't have extra Fabs for her, because that you very much might be in that circumstance, or you know, you just need to min-max her healing, then it's possible, depending on your artifacts, you might have a better min-max healing build by just stacking a bunch of defense, healing bonus, and energy recharge for, like, Farina, right? If there is reasons to min-max her healing because Farina exists. But, like, I don't know. So it's better than the Kachina weapon. It's good that it exists, I guess. But also, you could have released something useful. That's the Natlan craftables. It's for Albedo. Yes, sure. It's good for Albedo, but they did not release it for Albedo, and that is not the most meaningful thing they could have released. But anyways, yeah, they made the craftables for like a specific subset of Natlan characters. That's what they made them for, and they also, for some reason, thought they did a good job and that the Fontaine weapons weren't better than them in some circumstances. Oh, can you go away, sir? The fact that Muika's the Claymore isn't good for Muika is just wild to me. What were they thinking? This is like the worst team possible, by the way, for dealing with a Geo Shield. Anyways, why isn't there a fishing weapon for Muika? Yeah, it sure as heck seems like they should have made a fishing weapon for Muika. Because, like, yeah, the Fontaine weapon is fine, to be clear. But, like, why wouldn't you just make a weapon that doesn't... The Fontaine weapon is Muika's best universal, free-to-play, accessible weapon. What? The Pyro Archon? Natlan? The Mihoyo? I don't know. Alright, anyways. let's finish this up. How many resin do I have? 3. All right. We'll just follow along where the. Oh, actually, I like how the new Natlan area actively made leyline farming more annoying, but because the ley lines that spawn over here are far more annoying to get to. They usually spawn and start here though, and then they go up. So, anyways, if it jumps all the way into that area though, I am going to. It should go over here, and then it's gonna after here, it's gonna go either over here or it's going to go over here, I believe. Can you tell I've been farming ley lines a lot? Oh god.
Time to act.
You defeat all the legends in Natlan? No, I don't think they're very fun. Most of them are not. I also find them more enjoyable to just fight as I encounter them. Like they're a nice like overworld adventure surprise kind of thing. And I think that's how they're primarily designed as a fun challenge to encounter during overworld exploration. There's very few of them that are interesting to fight multiple times. And some of them I actively have not bothered trying to complete because they're not fun.
Treasure hunting. A valiant endeavor.
The one with Traveler's fun? Yeah, I agree.
Body and mind.
Anyways. I would so badly like to be freed from the ley line curse. That's why I need a skip patch, guys. I want to be freed from the ley line curse. I want to not feel the need. Like, I've been feeling the need to do 1 resin refresh a day on my main account to keep up with, like, the characters I've been pulling and things I didn't want to level up, right? I want to stop doing a resin refresh every day, and I want to stop having to farm ley lines. I need a break. This is why I'm not, like Mizuki is interesting because of how bad she is potentially, but ultimately, oh, it went over here. That's interesting. Okay, I mean, I forgot it's possible that I could have just gone to the spot after this one. That's better for me, I guess. Let's go get this waypoint. So, anyways, what are you feeding your characters? Vegito, do you have I'm just gonna give you the assume that you have not played very long. There are the resource cost if you want to meaningfully invest in your characters is extremely high. This is a bad example. This is a lower investment account, but yeah. Sorry. Oh yeah. Sorry. I didn't say her full name. My bad. Yume Mizuki. Like, if I didn't dislike her design and think her gameplay was extremely uninteresting, I would be tempted just by, whatever I'll pull for the bad character, so I can show that the bad character can still work. And I am still going to try to show that the bad character can still work, but I'm just going to find someone else who is planning to pull for Mizuki because they like the character for whatever reason. Because I do want to make my typical video of like, hey, here's an idea I have, because I do have some team ideas, like the fact that her gameplay is just run around and float around in the battlefield for 10 seconds, getting increased swirl damage. And she's being built for EM, means you could do something like, say, Pyro Traveler, Dendro with Pyro Traveler, and then a Hydra unit. And there you go. do some Burgeons, do some swirl damage, maybe get some swirl vaporizes, with her amplified scaling. Like, she will have some team options. And that's probably not going to be her best team format, to be clear. Also, the Hydra unit basically has to be Frina, because thanks, Mihoyo, for not letting her do normal attacks. But, anyways, you get the point. Hopefully. She can be usable, but she's not very good. That's all there is to it. She is definitely sold in the category of, if you like the character, will you be able to use her? In my opinion, yes, it shouldn't be that hard, but it's definitely going to be entirely on the strengths of what off-fielders you have. And if you haven't put resources into off-fielders that don't require normal attacks, you're going to struggle to get value out of Mizuki. You mean Mizuki? And she's just really not that interesting to think about, because she just doesn't do enough. For her restriction, she doesn't do enough. That's basically all it is. So I'm gonna use that opportunity on my main account as a good opportunity to take a break. Not that I'm not gonna spend any resources on characters, but take a break so that I can focus on existing characters I have, right? So I can triple crown my Sitlali because I like her. So I can put more resources into Charlotte, level up Game. Not that I'm gonna be able to do all these things, but some subset of these things, right? It's going to be nice to have a patch where I don't pull anything. And yes, that means I'm probably not pulling Risley for the same mindset where, like, I don't know. Like, if I'm going to play a Cryo Catalyst DPS, I think I'd rather do DPS Charlotte or or DPS St. Lolly. I'm sorry. I don't think Risley is that interesting. I haven't hated him when I played him or anything, but, like, it's just not interesting. So, anyways. Hey, we got another million more. How exciting. Claim the dailies. Yay.
Add as. Thank you for. Add as.
Alright. 75 pity. 12% chance. Okay. 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 It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. I mean, tomorrow, or in 7 hours, technically, which is tomorrow, we will have like 3 more wishes, 4 more wishes, because of the event too. So, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Tomorrow. Surely they won't make me go like past 80 pity. Right? But the benefit is surely the reward for our efforts is going to be, okay, we're at 5 pity for a 4-star, a 6 pity for a 4-star, right? We're going to do 4 more wishes. Theoretically, I should see a 4-star in there too. Right? I can get, because that would be the goal. It's part of the reason I'm wishing more, is I would like to get C6 Bennett for this account. On top of like a chance for Sitlali would be cool. But anyways, Battle Pass, this is a free-to-play, casual focused account. Alright, blap, that is not the right button. Log into my main account, finally. Only took me an hour to do 2 accounts. That's relatively efficient. I actually think I've been fairly on track. I've talked about things while I'm doing other things. Crazy. Hello, turtle. Alright. Oh yeah, speaking of like Galalame, I agree. I really like Yume Mizuki's color palette. Like, it's a very aesthetically pleasing color palette. I like that she doesn't just like, it seems to be for whatever reason animo units are free to look a little bit different, but even animo units tend to be the same certain shade of, right? You can see the color palettes, right? Tendencies of characters in their different elements. Geo tends to be, I mean, she has her skin on, but Geo tends to be, you know, orangish, brownish, right? Like, not that these characters don't look pleasing, but like there's a tendency towards a specific kind of colors with them. And like cryo units have a little bit more variety, but still, like, cryo units tend to look pretty pleasing in many times because of, I'd say, the nice soft blues and whatever. And so Lolly's color palette is just 10 out of 10, let's be real. But anime units, right, tend to be, again, more like variations of blue, but like a blue-green-ish. And there's this nutcase. To be clear, she's not an anime unit, she's a fake anime unit. But she is an interesting one. I do still think her kit is interesting, but you know, you can see the color palette. Mizuki, I think, of all these anime characters, is the most out of place. Like, Chaska's is whatever because she's not an anime unit. She's a hydro, cryo, electro DPS, and therefore her color palette makes kind of sense for that. But yeah, Chaska's just is out of place because of what her kit is. I feel like it makes sense. But But Mizuki is just an animo unit, but she has more like a cryo unit color. She has like more of a Seat Lolly like pastel color palette, kind of thing. And I think that's a good thing. I like that. So, anyways. What I don't like is her burst animation, but they made it slightly less awful, I think, by changing the speed of it. It looks like her ass doesn't go straight into the camera anymore, slightly. I still don't like it. If I was going to play Mizuki, I would probably, well, I don't know. No, you probably do want to burst on her. If you don't burst, whatever. Anyways, yeah, there's color palettes that are obviously tended towards, so I like characters being a little bit freed from the color palette. So anyway, one of the nice things about, well, no, I was going to say he's kind of free from the color palette. I mean, he looks almost kind of Geo. Imagine, you know what? He clearly should have had a Geo Electro reaction as a kid. No. Anyways, you get the point. Doesn't matter. Okay, this is distracted. There we go. That was actually definitely getting distracted from what I wanted to talk about. I'm capped on resin. Ah! How did that happen? Like, actually, how did that happen, though? Please, can I... Oh my god, can I help? There we go. He was clearly... No, he's... I should have explained my thoughts more. He's clearly no. I can see when that sounded like in hindsight. He's clearly no. I was going to say he's clearly meant to be a Geo unit. But he has actual purple on him. It was just like a nice contrast decision they made, I think. Anyways, no idea how long I've been capped on resin. Did I forget to spend resin yesterday or something? I sure hope not. No, I spent resin yesterday. I did Lana materials and Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers leveling. Don't forget to... The amount of times, by the way, I've forgotten to put this stupid crystal fly trap down for like weeks at a time. They released Setho's music theme last night? What? That seems a bit odd. Alright. Let's spend my resin on... I think we're spending my resin on Natlan here too. Today. Because I don't think I need any more Shenhe materials. And I don't even know if Shenhe's materials running today. No, it's not even Shenhe's, so I don't even need to concern myself with that. So, yep. It's a leyline day. I would like to farm artifacts, because there are some artifact things I wouldn't mind trying to farm for. But, anyways, one of the things on my actually, wait. I was gonna say one of the things on my list is this team. Before I get to talk about this team, let's go check Sit Lolly's house. Our house. Shenhe's were yesterday. Shenhe's were yesterday? What are you talking about? What? They weren't. I'm like 90% sure I farmed Lanyon's materials yesterday, Sylvia. I don't have Lanyon. Character who has Lanyon, or character who is Lanyon materials. Yeah. Yeah. Lanyon and Shenhe use the same? No, they don't. No, they don't. Those do be different. I had to break it to you. I hope you haven't farmed these for Lanyon, Sylveon. Oh, you're thinking of the flower. Oh yeah. Okay. You maybe you're thinking of the Whopper flower materials or whatever. Yeah. Anyways, blap. Okay, the game has trolled me, by the way. I've been farming. I forgot about like the weekly boss drops, so there. You know, I had to farm some of this last couple weeks in preparation for Shenhe. I only had 4 of these, I think. I had 4 of these like a month ago. I've gotten 1. I hate the weekly boss system so much. Thankfully, at least the game has given me, I think, like 3 or 4 dream solvents. So I can convert some of these over, so it's not really that much of a problem. But it's still annoying, right? And then what's even worse, by the way, is that I think every single week I've gotten a billet drop. And like, I am the type of player, it annoys me kind of when I see billets drop like that, because I just don't need that many billets. Like, I appreciate having them as an option if I might need them, but like, I want the people that want billets to get billets. And the game's just like, have some billets constantly. I think like, and also it trolled me, by the way. It didn't even give me the billets I do care about. I would love to have the game poop catalyst billets on me because I would like to make more prototype amber so I don't have to swap that around all the time. If I could have 3 R5 prototype ambers, I would like to. But anyways, so I'm sorry that I stole billets from people when I don't really need them. But anyways, let's go to our house.
Get to work.
That's the wrong button. You can go kill all the bosses. I'm aware that you can farm more than 3 bosses per week, but that feels awful. And farming bosses just for like dream solvents and not the actual materials feels god awful. Sitting quietly on the table in pristine condition. Its new owner clearly hasn't been able to bring herself to read it, choosing simply to admire it instead. Area has been intentionally wiped clean with not even so much as a speck of dust around it. Alright. Nice. By the way, the music here is very nice. This is very likely going to become a spot I'm going to sit at. Because when you're sitting, the characters don't do their idle lines or whatever. So you can just have the music in the background. So I'll probably come and sit here for unit review streams fairly often. And definitely for no other reasons. 2 R5 prototype ambers isn't already a flex. I don't have 2 R5 prototype ambers. I have 1. I have 1 R5 and 1 R3. I could make an R5, but I don't really want to use the 2 of these billets to do that. So I don't know. Anyways. No stalling? That wasn't stalling. That was on my list. It was on my list to check Lolly's house. Because someone said after a real world day, you could come back there and something would be different. And I did. And it was different. And I'm glad I did. So, anyways. Abyss time. No, Abyss isn't resetting. Oh, that's tomorrow's stream. Sorry. You might be in a different part of the world. You have an artifact route? No. Yeah, anyways, we have to... What should we do first? I want to do events. We can go do my leyline farm or whatever. I'm going to talk about this team while I do leylines. Which leylines? I think this is... I have 200 of those now. Yeah, I think I'm fine. I might level 90 Shenhe. I haven't decided. It's not really worth it. Yeah, I'm probably not going to. No. Okay, look, I might level 90 Shenhe, but it's going to be a decision I make after level 80ing her and Lanyan. And then we'll see if I want to level 90 Pyro Traveler, right? Also, I'm tempted to level 90 Lanyan too, because Lanyan can be used as like an animo driver, right? And if she's being used as an animo driver, she's going to be triggering swirls. Like, you can do an EM build on Lanyan, right? And have her trigger a bunch of reactions. So, like, I don't know. I hate how expensive it is to level 90 characters. It's so expensive. Yeah. This is why I wouldn't have this problem, to be clear, if I didn't want to do video ideas. Like, okay, let's do DPS Lanyan. And okay, we'll do DPS Lanyan with Farazan, sure, and just try to crank her multipliers. And in that circumstance... Wait, no, I want to go get more. Because I only have 6.1 million more. I think that's enough more to level Lanyan and Shenhe, but not enough to also level Pyro Traveler. And I would like a little bit of surplus for the future anyways. So for now, I'm going to do more ley lines, which of course is going to go over into here. Yep. And then if I need more Heroes Wits, I'll get more Heroes Wits. Mora is universally useful. Heroes Wits are only useful when I need to level the characters. This is what people were talking about. Oh, I see, because they did a new character soundtrack. And that contains the Sethos soundtrack. I see. I have not listened to it. Is a TCG a waste of time early game? I mean, it can just be a source of Prima Gems. It's one-time source of Prima Gems. This team is quite odd. The overall thinking, right, that I had was like, okay, what can I do with C1, Sitlali, and Nilou, right? Because normally, right, if you want to see big Nilou damage, you want to like get forward vaporizes, like having Pyro on the enemy, and then do Hydro and get big number. And Sitlali's Cryo could very much interfere with that, likely, and it does. It does. But the idea was to use Sitlali C1 to, one, mitigate that loss, wherein like the amplification from Sitlali C1 means like we're still doing meaningful damage when we're not triggering a reaction. And if we're not triggering a reaction on Nilou, then we are usually enabling Moeka to get some decent damage. So this is actually probably the first team I have found where I really, really actually like Moeka off field. And yes, Xiangling could basically replace Moeka here, I'm pretty sure. But then you're talking a solo Pyro Xiangling. Have fun, right? Moeka is easier to use, just more enjoyable. The rotation would look a little bit different, to be clear, if you don't have a C1 Moeka, of course, because I can start a rotation with the 18-second uptime with her, and then do the thing. This is also a context like wherein like the Kazuha doesn't exist. Like the Kazuha does not replace. I mean, I'm not saying you can't like. I mean, Sucrose would probably be better than Kazuha here, actually. Sucrose could, because like at least you could do like a Pyro Swirl, consistently, and you get the EM share for the whole team. Some EM share, not the same amount for the whole team. But Kazuha like would not be able to like consistently buff your Nilou damage, right? You wouldn't get the Res Shred, whereas like Shalona is just like, nope, even if you don't get the Crystallize, right? The Crystallize is just losing the damage bonus from Scroll for Nilou, but that doesn't really matter. Like I don't have to try to get a Hydro Crystallize here. I will still get the Scroll buff for Nilou because Moeka's on Scroll. And she will eventually trigger a Vaporize, is basically what happens in this team. And that basically means you permanently keep up all the damage bonus types, other than, I think, the freeze, or the cryo damage bonus, which is the least important here, because we're just using Sitlali as a buffer. And Shielder, of course. Yeah. So, like, it's an interesting, like, conjunction of, like, you are always getting beneficial reactions, and you can semi-consistently control particularly when new waves of enemies spawn. Moeka will apply Pyro shortly after they spawn, and then you can like pretty easily control getting some really, really big Vaporizes on Nilou in this team, with her burst timing and whatever. When it comes to what some of the damage you'll see from like my Nilou's hits specifically, like her multipliers are not that high for her like normal attack spam stuff. Which is why like getting the C1 buff can make her get meaningfully higher multipliers than you would normally expect, not multipliers, meaningfully higher damage numbers on screen than you would normally expect, because of the fact that it's a flat buff. It ignores her multipliers. It is just using the damage bonus that she has and whatever crit. In this case, this Nilou build is using Key of Cautious Suit, which is a bit worse. Like I could try to min-max the value of Sitlali's C1 buff for Nilou by putting a crit weapon on her instead of Key of Cautious Suit. The reason I haven't is because of the fact that Key of Cautious Suit gives her a bunch of EM, and then it also gives EM to the other units, right? So, you know, again, notably making Moeka do more damage again. So it's, I don't know, this is like one of those really fun conjunctions of enough like the right balance of different reactions going on that it's just always doing good damage. But it's also definitely worth mentioning that like C2 Shallonen, well, I don't know, okay, C2 Shallonen isn't doing, like C2 Shallonen is giving additional HP, which is helping Nilou, but like it's also not benefiting, it doesn't amplify this value of C1, and whatever. So the point is that the high investment things I have here, like don't expect the exact same numbers that I'm getting, as you would if you tried the same team, but I'm also pretty sure this team should function perfectly fine without any of the constellations I have. I think most people would probably be more than happy with it. So, yeah. I don't know. Man, Wuika's targeting is so weird. Like, did you notice that, like, I was targeting different enemies, and then Muika's skill was targeting the 2 enemies over there? I have not been able, like, I said in my Muika guide video, I was like, I included in there a section, because I thought it was important, of how Muika's targeting was just weird. And, like, I had a whole, like, 5-minute section that I cut down to, like, a minute or 2 or something, I think. Her targeting is weird. I have no other ways to describe it other than it's just weird. It seems random, but I don't think it is random. I really don't think it is random. But it feels like in practice and functionally it's just mostly random. Right? I probably should have done that. Oh no, we still have Pyro. Nice. You're dead. Oh. I was hoping Nilu second burst hit would kill. But. When I do the setups for this, by the way, in Abyss, I saw, you know, like 200k twice from Nilu burst. So yeah, this team. What is this? What? All right, this team offers a really fun conjunction of different levels of control for getting damage out, but also sometimes you can't really control it reactions. So, or it's a little bit awkward too. Maybe it's a better way to describe it. But anyways, I went over here. Nice. Yeah, there is a method to the madness, yes. What level is this Nilu? It's a level 90 Nilu. It's also worth mentioning, I am using 2P's ER, 2P's emblem, or 2P's ER, that is emblem, 2P's HP, and I'm using an HP goblet, again, because I'm using Key of Conscious Suit, but also because I had this. But also the idea was, this is a, like, while it's a lot lower HP than you would normally have on a Key of Conscious Suit build, because you can get up to like 70, you can, capping out Nilu's Bloom passive is like 74k HP. I'm also like 90% sure that this Nilu would still be functional for normal Nilu teams without having to change the build, which I kind of like. So I'm just going to leave her on these artifacts mostly. Might change her flower and feather though, because emblem pieces are valuable for other units in the game. Crazy idea. But the reason I found that I wanted emblem as the other 2-piece bonus was just because getting to this about 140 ER mark was about where I found Nilu got her burst back every other rotation. It's basically not possible to get her burst back every rotation in this team without sacrificing too much of her damage. Like, she got a crit. No, I didn't. Nice. Yep, that's 100k from weak off field. Yeah, see, it's like no matter what, you're always triggering a beneficial reaction. Oh, it's super fun. And this is one of those things where, like, when you're doing a Hydro on fielder, you can see some of the value of off-field Muika. I feel like there's just not that many Hydro on fielders in the game. So, oh, actually, I don't know. There's not a small amount. It's just, I guess more specifically, there's not that many Hydro on fielders that I like. So I don't know. Maybe a variation of this team works with Candace, but Candace is not. Her normal attacks aren't HP scaling, which makes things worse, right? I you know, an interesting option. C-Sween might kind of work too. But yeah, I don't know. If you want to do Hydra on-field things, I think this team format, you could replace Nilu with other units, and it could be relatively similar. Muika is C1, which means your rotation would be slightly different. Like you would. Oh my god. You would probably rotate Muika. What did you do? So her skill lasts 18 seconds, right? So I would say the rotation is a little bit easier, and probably it is a stronger team with C1 Muika. I'm not saying it makes no difference. You probably do Sitlali first, then Muika, then Shilonen, because Shilonen takes no field time, and then Nilu is my guess. Because if you do, and normally you would burst, right, with Muika in this team, duh. because you want the damage bonus for your on-fielder, but also Moika initial hit burst damage, right? So I think rotation with a non-C1 Moika, and this is probably what actually the rotation maybe you could argue should be anyways, because of getting a big melt hit on Moika burst being a significant damage contribution. So anyway, it would be start with Solali, do this, and then do this. Right, didn't crit, whatever. And then do Nilu things, right? And you could probably Nilu burst at the right time to make sure you land, oh frick, okay, close your eyes. Nilu burst at the right time to, get some big vaporizers, right? Anyways, I don't think C1 Moika is particularly meaningful for this team. You already have Shalon and Zitlali here, you don't... If you just have Shalon alone, you don't really need any... You don't get any value from the additional Night Soul, so, like... It's not a bad thing, I don't think. Actually, I don't know. You could argue C1 Moika could be a bad thing in this team, because... It's possible it could extend her Pyro application to a degree that makes it hard to do more specific setups of, like, landing your Vaporizes with Nilu, but I don't have the ability to test that, unfortunately. Just can't disable dang constellations. Oh my god. The Natlan auto switch. Yeah, I find it more fun. You know, do that with you know, Sitlali rather than... Did I not activate? I didn't... Stupid motorcycle, man. You can see what her damage falls down to after a C1 buff runs out. Stupid freaking motorcycle. Like, it's not the motorcycle. It's specifically... In that case, it was technically just the stupid Natlan transmission. That's what I actually hate there, not the motorcycle. But I noticed the motorcycle when it happened, so I blame the motorcycle still. But anyways, like... jumping onto the motorcycle automatically and then freaking having to press her E still while you... I hate it. I hate the stupid Natlan auto switch. I hate it. Did Moika make Ayaka melt teams better? Probably, yeah, I suspect. If I'd been more motivated to make, I still will probably make this video. It just might come out when Ganyu is technically rerunning, right? So I think I'll do a Ganyu video, because I do think she is a lot more like for the first time ever with Moika and Ganyu together is the main case where I'm like, oh yeah, this is one of those things where it's like the way Moika applies Pyro is so much nicer in my opinion for Ganyu. But yeah, where's the freaking... Oh, it's over there. Do you play other games outside of Hoyo games? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I just tend not to make content on them because, one, I've gotten very used to having content ideas in Genshin and that being my focus. Two, if I try to make videos about non-Genshin games, they will just perform worse, generally speaking. So like trying to figure out how to make a video that people want to watch, my audience wants to watch. Like if I want to make a Helldivers video, right? Like Helldivers is a little bit different of a video game. Don't know if you know. Than Genshin Impact. Just slightly different. So like how do I make a Helldivers video game that appeals to my audience? And it's not impossible, right? Like it's something I wish to work towards eventually, and it's maybe something I should do better at working towards now. But I don't know. I've just been trying to work on operating in my niche and building my core audience and whatever. But yeah, I play a lot. It's also by the way, the more I like constantly think about how can I turn this into content, the more it feels like playing video games is work, and I still like playing video games like for fun. I don't want to have every time I'm playing a video game, how can I make content out of this video game, right? Like I would just like to casually chill with my friends sometimes. So, and not have like a content focus. But I do think I've had some missed opportunities. Like I had, it took over a year for me and one of my friends to do a Baldur's Gate playthrough, where we tried to kill everyone, every single entity in the game. If it breathed, it must die. Was the concept of the Baldur's Gate playthrough. I'm sure other creators have done that, but it was a very entertaining playthrough, and I think a lot of people would have enjoyed it, particularly because of the fact that we did that before playing the normal game. So, like, we had no emotional attachment to things, so we were just, like, emotionally detached monsters massacring every living being in the Baldur's Gate world. And, yeah, it was very fun to do that in co-op and, like, puzzle through things. It could have been some good content. But again, it was just a thing to do with friends. I didn't, like, it would have been a lot of work to turn it into content and a bit more stressful even potentially, but I definitely should have. That was a missed opportunity. I should have at least recorded it. But, yeah. Anyways, you will never see it because I did not record it. I'm sorry. So, what I might record, though, is with another one of my friends, a different friend. I'm considering doing, because I haven't actually played through Baldur's Gate to, like, for real experience the characters in the story. Like, because I killed everyone. Me and my friend killed everyone. So I want to do the opposite of that. In that, how much, like, seeing of, like, how much of Baldur's Gate can you beat? I'm sure, again, someone's, like, Baldur's Gate has been out for long enough. Someone's already 100% made this video. I'm pretty sure. I'm just not going to look it up. But I still might make the video anyways. I don't know. We'll see. I'll probably record it at least. But a full pacifist run, which I don't think is possible. I think there are plot-required fights. But there's also, I think, a very, very large chunk of the game is not requiring you to fight. So that would be the goal, is to be like, nope, no combat at all. So do the literal opposite for the actual story-focused playthrough. Anyways, so yeah, this Neither team is interesting. Yeah, feel free to try it out if you want a DPS Neither team, I guess, if you have these characters. It's very much a 5-star focused team. It's a high investment team at a baseline, and my experience with it is even more high investment. I think if you don't have C1 Sitlali, it's going to be a lot worse. Keep that in mind. Like, I do think this is one of the cases where, like, Sitlali C1's unique ability to give you additional damage for when you're not triggering a reaction for someone like a DPS Nilu. Again, it's the whole thing where, like, the thing I wanted and why I think C1 Sitlali is so fun is because of the fact that it allows you to get meaningfully more damage from your on-fielder, including from characters that weren't meant to get that significant of talent damage, right? So, yeah, I don't know. It just, like, balances out your character, my Nilu's damage, so that she just feels enjoyable, right, to do. So, for reference, like, here's a unbuffed Nilu damage with this build. No buffs going on at all, right? Just, she gets 11k on her final hit. Wait a second for it to reset. Right. That's without any other buffs going on. So, yeah. It's quite significant, especially for the hits that don't trigger a reaction. Anyways, yeah. Which is the lower multiplier hits, by the way. I believe that is the, yeah. What is it? Why does that have 2 multipliers? Why does it have 2 multipliers? What am I missing here? I do not remember. I'm trying to find it. I cannot see what in this skill description references the separate multipliers. Oh, I'm stupid. Yeah, never mind. The higher multipliers are the normal attack, doing this, And the lower multipliers are when you just do E. Yeah, never mind. I'm stupid. Yep. It's a little bit of a convoluted way for them to write it out, so forgive me for the confusion. It's been a while since I looked at Neely's Kid. Yeah. So the multipliers, right? The lower 8% multiplier and then the 11% multiplier, and the 11% one is the one that actually applies hydro normally, which is good. So, anyways, yeah, I knew the circle thing doesn't deal damage, but that's where my brain was getting confused because I remember that the circle thing didn't deal damage. So I was like, what's the other multipliers for? But I forgot is in the activating the circle thing, doing E. Or technically you don't have to do E. You can technically do E, normal attack, E. And as long as you E in the, if I recall, as long as you E in the last one. Yeah, it activates the circle. But yeah, that's where my brain herpaderped. Yep. Anyways. What's next on the list? Talked about the Silali team. I'll still use it more here. Let's do. You know what? Let's try the event. I need to do this event too, by the way, in this account, which I will do. But let's go do this. And then after that, we gotta look at the Natlan story poll that I did a week-ish or two ago, and then the other event, and then the Shenhe Lonyan farming. Then just local co-op. Yeah, this reminds me that I think it's the same structure. This is like the same exact style of event as the event I did co-op with. Can you do more than 2 players now? Yeah, I know it's 2 people still. Okay. 2 players is an annoying limit, but also like the co-op HP scalings in conjunction with the HP scalings in this fight makes it nonsensically hard. Like nonsensically tanky of enemies. Like it's basically impossible without using whale characters. Like people say it's impossible to do these really hard events without whale characters, but the answer is it just usually takes higher investment. So, anyways, but I haven't actually tried that, so I don't know if I'll actually feel that way. The last event, though, I do think people exaggerated. The last event that they did this summer, that was the same exact format of this, but with different bosses. I had problems with that one, too, but again, it was problems with the specific bosses, not problems with actually how they made the event. I think it's the same thing this time around, where like the problem with trying to clear this thing is the annoying boss mechanics with this forcing you to use like a Natlan character kind of thing, right? Or Shalona in particular. But anyways, we'll see. I'm curious of this team. Like this team is a very not like meta team, of course. But will it be able to do full difficulty here? I don't know. But yeah, the co-op scalings literally, I think, take this. I forgot what the scaling is exactly with 2-player co-op, but it takes it from you know how the full difficulty here takes the boss to 650% HP scaling, which is already nonsense. Like that's a nonsense amount of HP, right? like to do the gold 2-star, right? It has 325% HP scaling, and it's level 95. To do the full difficulty, the platinum reward, which again is just like bragging. You get no actual rewards for this. It's just an additional thing they give you the option to do, which I think is fine. I like when they do this. This is more than doubling the HP at a baseline because its base level also increases. So I think this is more like 130, 140% more HP, I think. I'd have to double check the opponent HP level scalings. But yeah, I don't know. It, like, even if you can't clear it, it's like clear it with full difficulty. It's still a cool thing to see how much you can do and to have it as it's a cool thing that you can do as an event. I would not like this if this was required to do for rewards. I would not like this if it was probably permanent content that would feel bad, I would say. But as an event with an optional modifier to make it harder, I don't think it's a bad thing. So, anyways. Let's see what this team does, though. A very not meta team. but it also fulfills the conditions for being able to deal with its cringe mechanics. So, I don't know. I should maybe try to like do an optimal rotation here, but no, I didn't trigger a vaporize. Also, I didn't think I bursted a movie, did I? That was stupid. Yeah, I think I need to do a better rotation, I think, for this boss. Okay. Yep, I need to do a better rotation for this boss. This is obviously not going to clear. Let's just retry. We'll do the tower mode next patch feels good. I want it permanently. Yeah, we'll see what that's like. We'll try the rotation I suggested before, where we do Sitlali at the start, then do we do Shalom buff before or after? No, I think we'll do Sitlali to start, then we'll do Muika. No, we'll do Muika. Yeah, we'll do Sitlali, then we'll do Muika E, then we'll do Shalonen, and then we'll do Muika burst, and then do it. Yeah, that's the smart way to do this. Well, we got cryo anyways. I guess that makes sense. Right, okay. So I guess we do Shilonen or I haven't seriously messed around with the rotation of this team if it's not obvious. How do you climb there without Natlan characters? I mean, you can do things like using Zhongli's Paler or whatever other ways to get additional air to get up there. I imagine Cloud Retainer could probably get up there. But the intention is Natlan characters. So, yay. And specific Natlan characters. Yay. Alright, let's try this. Just actually do this time. Alright. This thing in pyro resistance, I feel like my damage in Muika is much lower than it should be. Oh, dang it. Stop attacking. Please? Really? What? Why am I hate the Natlan focus on state. I ran out of the focus on state. And I was like, also, how do I have the perfectly awkward amount of ER on Zulali here? Oh my Jesus Christ. I just oh my God. It has high res until you break the pillar. Oh yeah. I forgot. God, this boss is cringe. If it didn't have high res until you break the pillar, that would be another thing that would be fine. Like it's one thing that they're like doing what they're doing with character kits and the artifacts and whatever with power creep, but they're also just making these enemies that are just hyper specific. It's just so god awful. Anyways, let's put Seatlolly on the higher Euro feather to not have that need 0.25 more energy problem. Jesus Christ. I just whatever. Stop with this. You're gonna do your thing. Okay. Like I didn't want to start, like, this team just does not, the rotations seem to not line up. Like, we're, with, like, how long it takes to do this, right? relative to the other things we want to do. Did I do Shallonen? I don't remember if I did Shallonen. Yeah, I can start doing setups that actually specifically get some of the buffs here. I think this team could potentially clear, but it'd be really awkward. Suffice to say. In particular, dying makes things harder too. The pillar height can be turned off. I'm well aware. I'm doing the full difficulty. I don't think the pillar height is the problem, to be clear. It's just the rotation times of different... Really? The rotation time awkwardness is just annoying. Can you pause the timer in this to get it to spawn faster? So what it sounds like, only use Natlan characters, do anything else? I'm using 3 Natlan characters, and that doesn't automatically make things cleared. Just, if that's not obvious based on what's happening here. So, like, no, that is not the answer. Unfortunately, the answer is, like, use at least 1 Natlan character that can deal with this. The most relevant one being Shallonen. And then have a lot of damage otherwise. That's the answer. So like, it's going to be very hard to beat this thing with something like this team, right? Even with high investment, as high investment as I have with different constellations. So, anyways, I hate the freaking Natlan transmission so much. I hate it so much. Well, I swear to you, I pressed you. Stop running toward. I love when you activate abilities, you run towards the thing too when you need to go to the stupid pillar. More Genshin jank. Alright, yeah, that's kind of what you'd have to do in the setups for this team to probably clear this thing, is what I'm talking about. Even then, it's still probably hard. Okay. I really don't like that if you fail the time clear condition in this hardest modifier mode, you don't get even 2 stars. It seems really stupid to me. So I feel like the difficulty modifiers, right, make the like a 1 star, a 1 gold star clear on this. I didn't have this up. A 1 gold star clear on this is a bit more difficult, I feel, than, I don't know. They should have tiered out things a little bit more. Yeah, the event's kind of lame because of that. That's kind of my point. It's lame because of the cringe boss design, and it's lame because this specific enemy. Can you just like die? My brain thinks it's gonna die soon because like I thought it was gonna die soon, so I wasn't just letting whatever happen. But it didn't die soon because it has 5 billion HP. Like it has much more HP than it actually looks like it has right now. Anyways, yeah, it's not particularly interesting for me to fight. Let's see what happens though if we do the I don't think it's I don't think this team will have a problem, right, trying to 2-star. If I think I have to do a select stage. If I reduce the modifiers, right, which is what's a bit silly to me. Sitlolly can double jump on them. Yeah, I figured she could. So like, I don't know which one of these really matter. Well, that one actually is really annoying. So yeah, change this one, right? And then, I think you just have to have. Wait, how much do you have to have? You have to have. Can I? What? I can't see the freaking reward structures. Really? I think you can disable 2 of these though, right? For the top rewards. So we'll keep the. We'll turn the pillar height off and then keep the other 2. Oh, damn, we're an auto switch. Did I really not crit there? Game. Yeah, like that's my point. like, why can you only get 1 star? You can only get 1 gold star when you do the full difficulty. Be just on the basis as soon as you fail the 90-second clear time, you can't get 2 stars even. Like, it's so stupid. Like, what are you doing, Mario? The fact that you can't get the 2 stars on the full difficulty mode. Without the clear condition for the time, which means if you can clear the clear condition on the time with the full difficulty mode, then you get platinum. Like 2 stars basically doesn't exist on the full difficulty. Why? Is that how low the pillars go? That's the normal height. And yes, that is low enough that you can use whatever characters that can get some amount of height in their kits to deal with it as an alternative, but obviously the intention is the Natlan characters, and yes, this is probably one of the most cringe bosses they've designed in the game. So I don't know. That's not a particularly interesting boss for me to try to like. Do I have teams that I think can beat the thing on its highest difficulty mode? Potentially, yeah. Like I don't know. I just don't think I care. I just like. I think maybe the one team I'm kind of tempted to see if it can is a non-Bennett Arlecchino team, but it's still going to be a high investment team because I'm going to use Shalonen, Yunjin, Zitlali. So you can't climb those? Yes, you can. You have Kachina. Not saying you're gonna clear platinum, but you don't need to clear platinum. But yeah, this boss is probably maybe I don't know. I think it's is there a boss that has like more awful mechanics than this? I don't know if there is. I think this boss probably has the worst mechanics in the game. But yeah, I don't dislike this event. I just hate that boss. So your Kachina is level 1. Yeah, that there's nothing Kachina needs to be leveled for. You can climb up that to be able to hit it. You should put the artifact set in Kachina so she can at least give you a buff. But anyways, yeah, the Arlecchino team. Let's see. I am curious if a non-Bennett Arlecchino team can beat it. Yeah, we are using Shalonen, even Jin. Yes, this is still high investment. I could try to reduce the investment level a little bit, but I'm not going to. It'll be relatively evident how the additional signature weapons, constellations, whatever, how much those do based on how well this team does, right? So, you know. Did I want to do Yunjin before or after Silali? I think Yunjin should be after Silali, which I can't reconfigure. Whatever.
Get to work.
Actually, no. Silali should be after Yunjin because Yunjin would steal some of the buff. I just bundled up immediately. Brain. So this was so Yunjin and Silali is the right order to not use any of the buff up.
Your grand finale. Fulfill our path. Suffer the wrath.
I screwed up again. God dang it.
Witness mine.
Heal, whatever.
Strike is one. You two. Time to...
Why am I being so bad with the timing of this? What is wrong with me? I haven't been playing this team a little bit. Just, whatever. Don't waste my bond. Clear, this is a boss where Bennett is absolutely not really a problem. It's just not like it moves around too much. Please, really? Good lord, it's Yunjin, man. How do I keep screwing this up? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, well, it's very clear I can do that, but it's definitely on the edge enough that I think... I'll try to clear this, but yeah, I don't know. With obviously, you would just use Bennett normally in this team, and it's fine. You'll be a lot. Like, I think with Bennett, you're fine, basically. Without having a bunch of high investment things, but you probably have to play decently. And have a good build. I do not think you definitely don't need all the constellations, but you're gonna have to use some fairly strong.
I'm sorry.
You're gonna have to use some fairly strong meta teams, realistically, right? You trigger the frickin' family? Oh my god. So you almost died. Bro, what is happening? Is like I swear to God, this team worked far better 2 minutes ago, not 2 minutes ago, 2 days ago. Is it stack frags that's making the difference here? Is that why? Because I was testing this team on stack frags before. I'm not using sack frags right now. Is that why? I could put more crit on her, to be clear, but I'm just gonna leave her on that build. Yujin, can you please trigger Fat with your skill? Oh my god. Really? Sacrifice? Oh my god. Okay, no, it's not just sacrifice. I screwed up again. I thought I delayed enough. I don't know. My brain just clearly is not in it to do the delays the right amount here. We could do this solo on polearms only. I did it yesterday. To be clear, that was with C6 Arlecchino. I haven't tried it without C6 Arlecchino. It might be doable with like the Sino team, maybe, if I shove Kachina into the Sino team. Please, Fab. Sack race, can you trigger for once without me having to wait for it? Oh my good lord. Yeah, no, sack breaks does not seem to be making a difference. Normally, I'm not having to delay at the times I'm having to delay on, I swear. It's not been this annoying before. Why? Am I missing some cryo application? Thank you.
Get to work. You two. Time set.
I did it too quick. God's sake. Why am I so bad?
Overruled. And step. Strike is one.
Please, Union.
Show no mercy. Suffer the wrath of Eastling. Fulfill. Transfix. Bring it. Unleash. Your grand finale. Show no mercy.
Oh, god dang it.
All right. Unleash.
I love this boss. It's so cool. I like how this boss just like completely f's up any ability to do normal everything. I've now lost the desire to fight it. I'm pretty sure if I switched to Bennett, it would be fine. Again, I think like the value of doing the Yunjin Sitlali C1 combo, and Sitlali C1 isn't really necessary for that, to be clear. That team feels fine without Sitlali C1, but it did feel better with Sitlali C1. It's just that it like frees you from Bennett, right? Which means you're gonna notice it more in situations like in the Abyss, where you have to like move to new enemies spawning in different locations, kind of thing. That enemy is not moving in a way that makes Bennett annoying to use, so yeah. But also, yeah, Yunjin, could you like, and this is why Yunjin's a pain in the arse to use, and this is why like even a highly invested Yunjin is a pain in the arse. Like R5 Fav Lance, 30% crit rate with 230 ER. Still need to trigger Fav to actually get the burst back, even with Shalon in the team. Like, God's sake. I could try to use a second Shalon skill every rotation in that team to fix that problem, but like, come on. Ugh. Anyways, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. That event will be... I'll do more of this event in the future. Probably next week when all the bosses are unlocked, I think. I don't think it's particularly interesting to try to platinum this boss. I don't think it's a fun one to fight. And if it's not fun to fight, I don't care. So, anyways, the other ones, I think, have less annoying mechanics that will be more interesting to play around with different teams with. So, yeah. Important constellation on Yunjin, nothing fixes her kit, if that's what you're asking. C6 makes her a bit better. That's it. Like, the end, I think C1 or C2, I don't remember which one. Yeah, you get normal attack damage bonus, a cooldown decrease for her skill, which does not matter. Like, I don't know if their balance for her kit was intended that you use a skill twice per rotation, but the vast majority of teams where you would consider playing Yunjin in, you wouldn't really do that, because her buff only lasts 12 seconds. With a buff that only lasts 12 seconds, you're not really going to have a rotation that's free to use a skill twice per rotation. Unless they were intending to do like a freaking... maybe... No, if they're intending 15-second rotations... Like, what... I don't know what they're intending. So C1 does nothing. C2 is a little bit more damage bonus. Talent levels do something. This talent level specifically, that's our burst talent level. C4 technically increases their buff slightly, and then this increases your normal attack speed, which is interesting. That also might be part of what was screwing me up a little bit, getting my melts. But anyway, I gotta play that team more. I haven't played that team that much. It felt better in Abyss than it did against that boss. In multi-wave situation in Abyss, for sure. So, anyways. Now, we need to do the other event. Yay. The super exciting one. 5 more days. Can we please get the banners wrapped up already? Who are you waiting for? But yeah, I would have appreciated if they didn't if they abandoned the 3-week banner structure in favor of let's just run all the banners the whole patch. Hey, these banners are running this patch. Run them all the whole patch. I really overall have liked that. There is some downside to it in that banners lasting longer gives you more temptation, and there's a little bit of a choice overload. But I don't know. I think it could help. In Genshin in particular, if the banners just lasted the full patch. And like if we had the Chronicle banner for the full patch, if we had Arlecchino banner the full patch, Chlorine banner, Lolly banner, Wika banner, I guess that'd be a lot of banners, but like, I don't know, would that not just be objectively better other than choice paralysis being the main factor? Kind of glad I'm in work from Friday to Monday, so it'll pass the banner wait time a little bit easier. Yeah. Oop. Thank you. Well, you know what? We're on my main account. I may as well use the actual characters here. Where we can each hold off.
Deal. I'm in.
Technically, if you have Kanichi in the party, you could just try to do this without Kanichi. I'm pretty sure that would be a bit of a struggle. Also, Kanichi's hitbox is smaller than the dinosaur, so in some ways Kanichi's worse. You can run faster though, but like picking up these is actively more annoying. Well, you know, whatever. We skipping this. Pretty sure there's enough coins still. No going back. Unless it's something vital. Alright, okay. Can I not get stuck, please? Wait, let me show you on here. You're on break until Monday. Yeah, that probably makes the wait longer. You go off break and then the characters you want are coming. Yay. Yay. 25% chance for a different banner to appear. Would be funny. Like a 25, what was the idea? Like a 25% chance for a random character banner? That would be such a weird way to do it. Is there any gacha game that has done that? Where they gacha the banners themselves? like it's just an each day there's a different character banner. Like that would be kind of interesting, unironically. Like every day, like you have the normal banners. I'm to be too clear. You have the normal banners, but then in addition to normal banners, you have a banner that is only available for like a few days. Not probably 1 day is kind of not good, but about 3 days, right? Every 3 days you have a banner that just randomly selects from the available 5-star characters or whatever, and like that is a banner, right? That would kind of pseudo solve the problem in a weird way of rerunning characters. Not in a very good way, but it would be funny to gacha the banners themselves showing up in the first place. Dokan sort of does this. I've never heard of that. Honkai has 3-day long banners that cycle between usually 3 different units for 2 weeks, and they swap every 3 days. Weird. I'm assuming that's probably just... But Honkai has like a major, like nobody really seriously pulls for old characters, right? Because of how hardcore the power creep is in that game, if I recall. Honkai 30 is what we're talking about, not Star Rail, which is also power creeping pretty hard, to be clear, but... Dragon Ball Dokkan, I see. miss something? I did, of course. Yeah, it feels like Kanich misses more coins than the dinosaur does, which is funny. But he can move faster, so I don't know. Don't really have to hit all the coins, so basically just beneficial. Whoa.
You really are a one-trick pony,
Cool down.
Points for agility.
Banners are usually for newer units so they can rerun faster. They're for newer units? That's interesting. I hope I didn't miss too many coins. I hope you feel a little annoyed. Ah? We're good. Got plenty of wiggle room. Alright, we'll use Shalonen for this one. They put still very meta units on the 3-day banners? Huh, okay. Older units were show on anniversaries. Oh, they do birthday banners in Honkai 3? Why are they so resistant to doing another banner? Why is Shalonen here? I never even noticed her in the other ones. In the other accounts. Who? Oh, that's us. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Does she only show up here if you have Shalonen on your account? Or was she there the whole time and I just ignored her? You don't have her and she showed up? Alright, I just ignored her. No, the game anniversary. They bring back a bunch of old units on a banner and they give a bunch of 5 stars for free. Oh, they do like a Chronicle banner? Chronicle banner, but less garbage. I ran out. Alright. No. Don't need to go back for 1 point. What am I doing? Alright. This is a lot more fun with Shalonen than it is with the dinosaur. It's not that it's like, oh my god, the most fun video game in the world. It's just a bit more engaging. Shalonen moves in a more enjoyable way. Notably faster, but... Nietzsche skipped every Natlan unit so far, but I'm kind of regretting not getting Shalonen. Oh my god. Because she's useful in every team. Yep. Yup, she kind of power creep Kazuha. Again, not that Kazuha's not going to ever have places where he's relevant over her, but yup. Else on the list? Oh yeah, we gotta do Shenhan Lanyan farming. I think I just need materials. I think I need to do one run each for each of the materials. I gotta double check. It shouldn't be that hard though. Shenha's Chingsin flowers, the ones at the top of the Liyue Mountains, and then the rocks in Chenyu Vale for Lanyan. I think I can get those all today. Lose a 50-50 to Shao. He's staying level 1. I'm not farming those flowers. They're not that bad. they're no. I don't know. I still think the worst flower in the game to collect is what's it called? Why is it so hard to remember the name? It's in Liyue, the one that's on the mountain sides, not the mountain tops, the mountain sides, the purple one. Violet bloom? Is that it? Violet grass. Yeah, violet grass. Yes, the Chi-Chi one. Also the Baiju one, if I recall. I think that is the most awful material in the game to farm. Violet Evergarden. Yeah, exactly. Alright. Exciting. Next. Why does it tell me to do that one first? It's a little bit weird. Does the endpoint end up over here? Oh, we'll see. Xinyan also uses it? My bad. I don't have an actual lexicon of what every single character uses. I'm just recalling ones that I have leveled up. Oh, actually, why did I remember Chi-Chi's then? So I just remembered Chi-Chi is associated with Baiju. And was the same materials, I guess. If I had leveled up Xinyan, I probably would have recognized it. Alright. Hello. Okay, no, she was not here before. Someone said they saw Shalona when they didn't have Shalona? Or maybe it's just because I didn't know. It's probably because if you haven't done the quest. That's probably why. If you've done the quest, they probably show up here. If you haven't done the quest, they don't show up. That must be what it is. Really? Bird? I'm 100% sure Chaska did not show up here for the other two accounts. For other people that didn't meet them, are they... Did you guys do the quest yet? The Archon quest, specifically? Because, like, I haven't done the Chaska story quest. I think. Yeah, I haven't done the Shalonan quest either, actually. So it's not that. It has to be the Archon quest. Okay, yeah, it's the Archon quest. Okay. Interesting. Okay, get butthole.
Bring it. Get to work. With all my strength.
Just want to switch my characters. Oh god dang it! I just hit the one with the stray shot. Just let me switch my characters. Please. Please. Dialogue has Archon quest spoiler, so I assume it's required. Maybe. No.
Chamber full and ready to roll.
Alright. Yep, good job. No, alright. Chaska's a little bit less annoying to control than the bird, which is nice. And shouldn't dive bomb when I don't need her to. If I happen to win the 50-50 for Arlecchino, should you go for C1? If you don't know what it will do for you, you should probably save. Like if you have another character you're looking forward to that's going to come soon, and Farina is probably going to show up the next patch, you should probably save. If you're asking yourself that question, chances are you should probably save. I feel like that's the safe assumption. If you're not sure, probably save. Like how Chaska can beat the balloon. C1 Arlecchino is not that strong. Or not that valuable, I should say, over a whole nother character. If you have need for other characters. So, yeah. Not saying you would hate it, but as far as the cost of getting it, when you have another character you want. Oh, yeah. Good job, Chaska. That was less annoying. Where'd the enemy up? Yeah, it puts me all the way over there. Alright. Interesting. Chaska's flying feels so good when you can use it more than 3 seconds of airtime, or 3 minutes of airtime. I think that was less than 3 minutes, I think. But, I agree. Chaska's flying is definitely a bit more enjoyable when you can actually fly for more than a few seconds. $3 meters. Ah, there. I think she can go more than 3 meters, right? I don't know, it's definitely not very far. What happens if I switch to Zilong? Oh, I can switch. Alright. I saw it glowing there, so I was like, well, you can't make fun of me for trying. And we'll make sure Sit Lolly goes through the finish line. Stupid, goofy character. I'm gonna rank the Natlan on-field DPSs for my personal enjoyment of their kit. I think I would rank Muika in the bottom for her on-field playstyle. If we talk about off-field, I guess we'll rank her higher, but I'm talking on-field DPSs specifically, so I'm not even including Shilonen or Sitlali in this category. I'm talking like their main intended playstyle. I would rank... Is it gonna... Yeah, it's gonna go on. Good. I would rank... Muika's on-field playstyle is my least favorite of all the Natlan on-fielders. Then probably... So, like, Muika is quite frankly, straight in, like, F or D tier. C tier is Kanich. Like, he has an interesting kit, but, like, and a funny gimmick, but I don't find it that engaging, personally. Thank you, Sitlali. And then we get into Mualani, Chaska. Chaska's probably in C tier with Kanich for me. But, like, I don't know. I think Chaska's gimmick is far more interesting. But then her actual gameplay is boring. As I've said before, if you follow my thoughts on Chaska, she's interesting to think about, not that interesting to play. Most of the time. She has some tech, which is cool. Like, she's probably the most boring to play. I agree, Penguin. I think she's actually the most boring to play. But she's still one of the most interesting ones to think about, which is weird. So, like, I don't know. So she gets lumped with Kinich, I think, for me. Like, interesting in some ways, but ultimately not a character I really want to play very often. Then I put probably, I know this is the Mulan in A tier for me. Yeah, I know Mulan got her jank. I think Mulan is having to work around the weirdness of Mulan is, I think, part of her fun and part of her balance. I think they actually did a really good job designing Mulan. And is that everyone? Yeah, that's everyone. That's everyone. So I don't think there's an S tier. There's not an S tier on fielder in Natlan for me yet, and there probably won't be because I tend to be not that. It's harder for me to like on fielders anyways at a baseline.
I'm tired already.
Clearly on field Lolly is S tier. No, probably not. But yeah. I guess if we were to restructure it, if I had to have someone in S tier, it would be Mulan. Yeah. As far as off-fielders go, if I'm changing the list to include off-fielders and like how happy I am with Natlan character kits in general, I would put Sitlali, and Oron in S tier. It's just my personal, like, how much I like their kits and the kind of teams you can use them in. Mora, yay. And Mulan can stay in A tier. Chaska, Kinich can stay C tier. Kachina, because she's a completely free unit, I actually, and like the fact that she like enables Chiori to have like a compelling universal pairing, like, I don't know. I think Kachina's B tier, actually. But it's on the strengths of the artifact set, but more options for buffing is good. As clunky as she is, I don't know. Maybe she's C tier because of her clunkiness. I don't know. I don't know where I actually want to place Kachina. Yeah, and then Muika can stay in D tier, and then Chalonen. Where to put Chalonen in my ranking of Natlan characters? Like, she's a very good and versatile character. I like how she has enabled teams like this team, not with Chaska, with the Muika, right? Because like, this is one of those circumstances where like simultaneously, yeah, she's Kazuha power creep, but like this team doesn't function with Kazuha. Like, you wouldn't really seriously consider using Kazuha in this team, I don't think. Like, I don't know, it would be functional, I guess, but like meaningfully worse to not be like the conjunction when you can find circumstances. Oh, that was gross. That's what I get for drinking a caffeinated drink. Or not caffeinated, carbonated. You can find circumstances, right, where she, right, the fact that she can give res shred without any question, just the team is configured properly, you press normal attack twice, you get the res shred. For all of the elements in the team is a pretty significant difference maker in a lot of teams, such as this one, on top of its ability to have higher uptime and adapt to new waves of enemy spawning. Like, in practice, in my opinion, she, as far as like most teams where you could consider like replacing an animal unit with Chalonen will generally speaking result in like faster clear times because of those aspects. Even if like when you spread shit things optimally, she's not necessarily that much of an improvement. In practice, I think she tends to almost always be, if like the grouping isn't extremely important or the damage contribution the animal unit has isn't really important. For the team's damage, like animal units aren't irrelevant because of Chalonen existing, is my point. But she does kind of feel like Kazuha power creep to me, and I have explained before how like my perspective on how they could have just done something slightly different in her kit if she wasn't just giving the same kind of buffs as Kazuha. She could have been a much more interesting and more nuanced character, and incentivize building new kinds of teams without just like being basically power creep Kazuha. So she doesn't deserve S tier is my point. Because I don't like that. I still don't like that. So I guess A tier. Because I need to admit that I, still do appreciate having it. I like having it as an option. But I also don't know if it was actually a healthy direction for them to go in for the game. So A tier. That's my compromise. Anyways. Next on the list. I've actually been going through these things efficiently. Crazy. Actually crazy. Do you know what the Abyss is? Yeah, the Abyss is less awful than the current one. Next is, do you guys want to see the poll? We want to go over the poll, or do we want to do Shenhe Lanyan materials? That's all I got for this stream, actually. Other than that, we also actually can do Whopper flower farming, which I don't think I actually need any more Whopper flower materials, but I'm gonna do it anyways because I'll probably need them in the future, and maybe I'll end up putting more. Maybe I'll end up putting more resources into Lanyan or Shenhe's talent materials than I expect, so may as well get some excess. Yeah. So anyway, we can go look at the poll results, scan through some of the comments, see what people say about the Natlan story poll that I did. Which if it's interesting, maybe I'll turn it into a separate video. Wow, that was did I just crit twice? 7.7 crit rate. I just crit twice. All right then. Also, I forgot to switch this back. Flap. So may as well. I think I'll just be fine. Like, would I like the higher EM build? Sure, but I think 1200 EM is enough. Getting burst back all the time, without question, is better. Where's this poll at? It's a YouTube poll. You don't need to do the poll. I'm not asking you to do the poll. I'm saying we review the poll. There's already 8,000 submissions to the poll. I don't need to. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking if you guys want to see me talk about and look at the poll first. We'll do it either way. Or if we want to do, or if we want to do the farming first for Shenhe Lanyan. Which is probably going to take... Oh, Jesus Christ. What? The lightning has it out for Nilu. God. The rain just went away immediately. What just happened? It started, like, a thunderstorm happened for, like, 10 seconds. And then tried to annihilate Nilu from existence. And then it went away. Good lord. Alright. Nilu's at Lolly events. Oh, you understand the title? Yeah. No, we're doing all the things. I was talking about Nilu's at Lolly in general, which I talked about earlier. This team. Nilu's at Lolly video when? I don't know if this is like really fundamentally that different from what I did with Nilu before. Like, what I did with Nilu what I did with Nilu before was fundamentally actually pretty similar to this, as the same idea of utilizing Nilu not to like try to get consistent big vaporizes on her, because that's kind of hard to do, but instead to get some big vaporizes on her, but then also just use her Hydra application for the things Hydra application is useful for. And in the Nilu DPS video that I did fairly recently, not super recent, but it was a little while ago, I did a Dendro team instead of like this team. This team's just like the same conception though. So like I don't know if it's fundamentally that different. It's one of the ways I've found use of like doing support Moika and being valuable. That's cool. I don't know if this needs a full video. It's something I wanted to talk about. I think it's interesting, but I don't know if it's a full video concept type team. Particularly with how I am well aware with how the conjunction of the different high investment things I have going on this team, with my current experience of it, is a meaningful factor to how the team feels. And like, I could clear this current abyss with this team as it is on my account. I suspect many people would struggle if they don't have, and it's specifically like C1 Zitlali, I think in particular, this team that kind of makes it feel as satisfying as it is. I think without C1 Zitlali, so like, I don't know. Well, maybe. Hard maybe. I'm going to play around with him, or if it's not obvious, I'm playing with him now. Not that overworld testing is that meaningful, but you get the point. Is in the hard maybe category of a thing I might make a video about, but also might not. We'll see. Chance of a 5-star at 83 pity? Oh boy. So to be clear, this is not the chance of getting a 5-star by 83 pity. The chance of getting a 5-star by 83 pity is quite high. Like, very high. But the chance of a 5-star if you are at 83 pity, specifically on the 83rd wish, or 84th wish, I don't actually know which wish you're on. If you're at 83 pity, that would imply your next wish is 84. I believe, like, 6, I can figure this, 6, 12, actually no, does it drop after 80? No, it drops after like 85, technically. I think it just goes up by 6% each, so 74 is 6, 75 is 12, 76 is 18, 24 is 77, 30 is 78, 36 79, 42 is 80, 48%, 81, 54%, 82, and then so 60%. 60% or 66% if we're talking 84, 83, 84. 60%-ish. Keep it simple. Also, I just put my finger on my glasses for some reason because I'm a dumbass. I'll wipe that off. Yucky. Yucky. I've been considering getting LASIK, but also considering, doing that Vtuber model. I've been considering a lot of expensive things. Like, I do have the money for it, but deciding to do all these expensive things is also like losing money that could go towards a house down payment in the future. So, I don't know. Hello.
Burn it down. Fulfill our path.
I wouldn't mind Skirk being cryo. She just has to be designed with an interesting kit. Like, what Zitlali proves is that, like, what Zitlali and, like, Shalona proves is that, they're examples of, like, element kits that, like, just because they are an element doesn't kill the kit. Mihoyo can make interesting kits. I don't know why I bothered doing that. Mihoyo can make interesting kits with elements that are not as strong. Does it mean they might be not as relevant as a character? Maybe. Depends what the kit looks like. They have to make, like cryo units suffered, like off-field cryo supports suffered before Zitlali because they just didn't do enough in their kit to justify using them. Zitlali's kit does enough to justify using her, right? Over other options that are in the game. Like, that's the difference. They just have to do enough in their kit for it to make sense. And hopefully it's not just straight power creep. But I will also not be surprised if Skirk is just 100% better than every single other cryo DPS in the game. If she is cryo. I don't think being cryo is inherently problematic. Blap. Also, I didn't see anyone say if they preferred going over the pole or not. So I will go over the pole first, I think, and then we will end off with Nilu. You should stop talking. The same you talked before when it started raining, and you got annihilated by 3 lightning bolts almost right after each other, and the lightning immediately went away. And I don't know what god you angered, but you should shush. I don't really think I actually had to kill this dude, but well, anyways. Oh, there's some things over here. In a reckless pallet. No, I don't care. Thank you. Wow, I completed a pallet quest. How exciting. By accident. I wouldn't have helped him if I had a choice, though. Anyways. But yeah, we'll go over the story poll. Best 2 teams for the Abyss, guys. There is no such thing as universal teams for Abyss. That is not how it's made. If that's your goal, abandon that goal. Or spend a lot of money, I guess. But even then, you see, even if you spend a lot of money, you will find that is not how the game works. And if you think that's how the game should work, you're asking for a much shittier game. In my opinion. There is no such thing as universal teams for the Abyss. If you want to watch to see what kinds of teams are good for a particular Abyss, go watch someone like Zajeff. He's been trying to do a new thing that he's been calling a meta roundup, but it's basically just looking at submissions from people using different kinds of teams in the Abyss at different levels of investment. I think that's a cool series that he started, and it's a good way to gain some perspective on different kinds of team formats that can clear the Abyss. But ultimately, you got to understand what the enemies are doing and what is required to deal with specific enemies in order to know how to configure a team to tackle a particular Abyss. Anyways, that's that. So let's look over the poll. Why is this over here? I don't need to target this anymore. Thank you, game. Alrighty. Let's go sit down in a nice, wonderful place. And then we'll go look at the poll for a few minutes. Skirk's concept art looks better than her current design, yeah. Oh, speaking of, one thing that I saw a post, which is a rare, like, hey, good quality post, actually, on the Genshin subreddit. Actually, wait, we can just use these characters. Here, do we have something we can use as a measuring stick? I think we can, yeah, we can use that. And this, I think, is maybe part of, like, a subtle thing of why some of the Natlan character designs look a little bit better. Actually, this is not the greatest measuring stick in the world, because we're on a slope. And okay. Oh wait, there's stairs over here. We can use those. Stairs are perfect. So, look at the top of Sitlali's head. Let's make sure we're standing on the same step. Here, so let me line up the camera. So I'm lining up this top stair with her head. So in the past, right, like the characters, other than headgear like Nilu is wearing or whatever, changing the height, but like the general model was the same. So there was the female model, like Sitlali Nilu, would be the same base height and proportions. They changed it with Natlan. This is part of why Kachina looks a little bit better proportioned. And they seem to have changed it kind of across the board, which is cool. So you can see Nilu is shorter, right? And this is the same for every small female model before Natlan is this baseline height. I don't know, it just makes the characters look a little bit better proportioned, I would say, which I think is a nice change to the game. The end conclusion is just that Sitlali is taller, I guess, to many people, but I think it makes them look a little bit better. There's also cases like Moika is tall as heck. I think Shilonen is Moika and Shilonen, they're using the same new tall female model. If we look at Yai or Raiden would be a tall female. You can see, all right, line up her head. Right, Yai is a lot shorter, right? I think that just the general like a slight height increase across the board seems to have made the character's proportions a bit better. I believe Oron is just like straight up the tallest dude in the game.
How long will this require?
Let's try to line up the top of his head-ish. Yeah. Well, and it's not that much more noticeable, but he is taller. Like, slightly. Yeah, he's definitely taller. line up top of Valiant's head. Oron. Taller. Yeah, it could be head shape. It's different too. Yeah, somewhat. Yeah. Anyway, tall boy. Very tall boy. Oh, hello. Did not know that was there. Alright, anyways. We're gonna go look at the poll. So, point being with that, I think Skirk might have like the Nilou model. When we saw her in the Natlan story, it's possible her actual release will be like Sitlali proportioned. Right. Which might be a bit better. We'll see. And that's the kind of all that I was mentioning that for. Oh, I guess I should have like, compared the. Love that you can't get out of this. The fact you just can't switch characters when you're standing still in Night Souls. It's so annoying. Kachina.
Hello! I can join the team?
Down.
The hunt begins.
Actually, these ones are kind of annoying ones here. I'll do like maybe side profiles better. Line up with the blue on that rock. There we go, like that. And down. Yeah. Yeah, that's quite a bit better. Yeah, I don't know. Kachina is the least awful looking chibi female model character in the game. Yeah. So, anyways. The ears. Yeah, I mean, I wasn't lining up by the ears. Obviously, the ears make her taller, too. I was trying to line up, like, top of the head-ish. That's part of why I did side profile. So, anyways. Yeah, I think that's a very nice change. They just look more human-ish. Which is cool. It was not a problem I, like, noticed that much consciously before, but now that it's been pointed out, I'm like, oh, yeah. It is quite a bit better. And it's probably part of why they look so much nicer. In general. Anyways. It's really weird that kid characters are female only. I agree. I agree.
Archon reporting for battle.
Alright. Shoes, outfits could be adding to the illusion. Maybe, but again, that's why I was specifically trying to measure by the top of the head. No, I thank you. I already read that. Alright. Look at my poll. Bring it up here. Alright. There's the poll. And I'm going to switch OBS to the right browser. Flat. That is not the right one. Help. What? That's the only two Firefox windows showing up in. Okay. Give me a second. Why does my main Firefox window not show up in OBS? The two small windows are, but not the... Why? Okay, what happens if I... Here, I'll just copy the URL into the one that does show up, which is my, like, viewer stats window that I have open. Just use that window. Stupid. Oh, come on. Copy. What is happening? What? Copy. I can't. Oh, this is a pop-out window. I can't do that. Urgh! It's a pop-out window that's specific to the website, so I can't change the URL here. That's why. Okay. Well, for some reason the normal Firefox window doesn't show up. Then I guess we'll open it in Chrome. I love these weird issues with OBS that it just can't see some windows for some godforsaken reason. Oh well. Bear with me here. Try the new Spiral Abyss. It doesn't exist here. Time zones exist. The daily reset is different in different parts of the world. If I'm gonna do Abyss, it's generally speaking gonna be on an Abyss focus stream, which is to say tomorrow, because that's when it is live for me. Technically, it goes live at like 4 a.m. Okay. Chrome window. Let's just use the existing Chrome window I had. All right. There we go. There we go. Browser. Flap. Wow, that took far too long. Okay, let's make it a little bit... Actually, wait, we can do this differently. Oh, I just backed out by accident. Alright. Yes, I voted on my... Oh, no. Yes, I did vote on my own poll. That's what this was. Yeah. It was a different account. I skewed the statistics. How dare I? You know, one funny thing about these is... Well, actually, okay. So let me... Actually, the 4 minutes. I think I'll actually record this. Just in case it's interesting enough to talk about. So we just keep like that. Here. Get rid of the UI in the background and get your plan. Alright. Okay. There's a lot of comments. Oh yeah, I did go through, I went through and hearted like every single comment that I saw that was like upvoted. Mostly to acknowledge like I had read through a bunch of the stuff, but I didn't heart every single comment. I'm sorry. I didn't have the time to go and heart literally everything. So anyways. Here, let me record. Alright, this may or may not become an actual video, but basically, yeah, 8 days ago, I made this poll, after I completed the Natlan Archon quest, and as you can see, yes, I thought it was, like, probably near the worst Archon quest in the game. Mostly, it was just the weird stuff with the Traveler, and, like the middle wasn't bad, to be clear, but, like, it was not a very good Archon quest, in my opinion. Was it visually good? Yeah, sure. But my point is I did this poll because I wanted to get like the holistic community perspective, relative to my own perspective, and that's kind of all it is. It was just a poll to get vibes. It's worth acknowledging this is, you know, a YouTube poll, and I believe people. Well, yeah, you can just change your result, right? So this is not like a formal scientific study, right? Because the fact that someone can vote and then they can change their thing after the fact, after they see what the results is, potentially skews the data meaningfully. So we're just hence why I tried to encourage people to go look through the comments. I encourage people to go into the comments and put out their actual thoughts, because that I think is what's more interesting. So we got 341 comments here, lots of replies to some of these comments. I hearted a bunch of them just because I wanted to acknowledge that I had read them. They actually don't mean that I particularly did whatever. So I didn't even like fully super in depth read all these. I just hearted like everything that I saw. So all in all, point is we're just getting vibes. I was surprised though, notably by the way, like I think there was 1,000 votes and the statistics were about the same spread. With 1,000 votes versus 8,000, and the core split that I structured this as, right? It was like, okay, this is basically the top two are you liked the Archon quest, and the bottom two are you didn't like, but with a little bit more specificity into it. So it was great, it was good, not your favorite, average or slightly below, and then bad. That was the split, and the notable thing is like 70% of people think it's like good or great, and I think it was very bad. So for context, right? I'm curious what the perspectives will be in the different comments here is what it is. So let's just take a peek. See, I'm not gonna read through necessarily every single one. But I don't know. Well, okay, no, there is a lot. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. So I don't know if someone's watching live right now and you really want me to look at your comment, you can feel free to try. I can control F for your comment. So you know what? Let me move this slightly over. Anyways. Shaded Frenzy has the most. Wait, that's not. Let's sort by top comments. Okay, for some reason, I don't know. I don't understand how YouTube organizes things sometimes. Like 77 upvotes that says this is the top comment over the ones with more upvotes. I guess it must. No, I was gonna say maybe it's because of replies. There's only 2 replies. I have no idea. I have no idea how they rank these. Right. So, anyways, slice of light needs to be turned or dialed down. Nation of War simply becoming desensitized to it, hence why would they party and feast all the time with looming danger on the horizon, but surely Kachina's ordeal. The first act would have caused some sort of unrest. Hundreds of years go by and the only reason they can treat war as a game is suddenly not working like it should, and it feels like many people shrug that off. Yeah, I got that vibe as well. I think I saw a lot of people that like the first couple parts of the Natlan Archon quest, and I disliked it. And I do think that is a meaningful factor for my overall impression of it, where it gave me a bad impression initially, a good impression, decent impression in the middle, and then bad impression to end. So that's left me overall quite negative, right? So I think I felt some of this similar vibe without straight articulating the same sentiment. Maybe if they leaned in the desensitization angle, the festivities could have been a little bit more bittersweet rather than tedious. Yeah. Nothing in Natlan felt it hit hard, but I wanted the relief of more, or nothing in Natlan felt like it hit so hard that I wanted the relief of more low stakes content. Yeah, I agree. That's part of the problem too. It just felt like they were, yeah, they were just like they're partying for something that wasn't like that impactful sometimes, right? Yeah, it built up momentum only for it to fall flat because we're torn from dealing with citizens experiencing PTSD from said war to another party. I think the individual parts hit right, but the pacing and the way they're presented to the player rips away any tension built by the series moments. Also, it was some serious salt in the wound when we story quest. We spent the whole time going to more parties and completely ignoring a serious event that is prophesized to happen in favor of playing games, and it's kind of explained as a bait for said event. Meanwhile, they're trying to show Moika's more relatable and silly side, like she hasn't been a pretty down-to-earth character the entire time we've known her. Yeah, it did. The Moika's involvement in the Moika story quest did not do anything for me for her character. Yep. What's the replies to this? Because that's kind of, I think that's kind of the more interesting part here is like what is some of the discourse we're seeing in the conversation. It says 14 replies. Had to agree, they, especially the last part, they wanted to create a relatable Mary Sue. Yeah, Muka. Still love Muika, but felt so distant in the story compared to Frida and Nahida. Yep, compared to the last 2 Archons in particular. Yeah. Like Sitlali's story quest the most out of all Natlan content. I agree. I definitely agree. Real character development, touching moments. Yep, yep, yeah. Okay, yep. So just people commenting additionally on the Moika story. Yep. Which is not what I asked, to be clear. I specifically said the Natlan Archon quest, but obviously I think Moika's story quest is fair to discuss in conjunction with it. We didn't even focus on Shibalanka. I mean, Shibalanka was like the main interesting part of her quest. So, yeah. Even without that much focus on it, so... Nut. The Nut. Thought they had a better ending, or Fontaine had a better ending. But Natlan was consistent in its quality throughout, and it felt like the first time the gameplay of Genshin was more than just an afterthought when it comes to story content. Yeah, I mean, okay, I can definitely agree with this sentiment in that, I don't know, this still feels like bias towards the middle segment. Anything other than that war segment wasn't really that new, in my mind. And like, they tried something new with Fontaine too, with like the interactive stuff with the like the whodunit stuff in the first part of the Fontaine Archon quest, right? But overall, like, I don't know. It mostly just felt like a gimmick for that one specific section. I don't even know if I'd really call it gameplay that much. It was the same thing where like it was the same fundamental thing just presented in a different way to me. Right? So I don't know. I can get the sentiment where it's coming from, but I don't know if I agree. What do you guys think in chat? Like I can get the sentiment, but I feel like this, like where I'm coming from my perspective is like the overall gameplay of the Archon quest is like dialogue, a bit of a break to the dialogue while you go fight some trash mobs, and then some dialogue, and then you get some cutscenes occasionally, right? Like there wasn't meaningful combat content to me. There wasn't that much actual gameplay. It was in a form that I think was more enjoyable in the war section in particular. The 5.1 Act 4, if I recall. But it wasn't fundamentally that different. It was just more well executed, I'd say, than that formula typically is. So again, like I understand the sentiment, but in a fairly limited, specific context. And the verbiage of Natlan was consistent in its quality throughout. I do not agree with. I'm sorry. I cannot agree with that. Certainly had the best middle act so far. Yeah. Like I had that sentiment when I had my stream itself. When I went through the final Natlan Archon quest, where I like felt like part of my perception was that many of the middle acts in the previous Archon quests are their worst parts. Although I think Fontaine's was pretty consistent overall, other than the prison, which was the middle part. It's one of the middle parts. I didn't hate the prison when I first went through it. I hated it the second time, but yeah. That was good, but the end was really underwhelming. Yeah, as far as Moika's 500-year plan, yeah, it did feel a little bit stupid. It did feel a bit stupid. I think I commented on that originally when 5.0 released, when I was just like, what? Your plan is, let's be buddies together. Friendship is magic, My Little Pony. That was the plan? That's not a plan. That's just faith in people. And I'm glad you have faith in people. It's probably a good trait for being a leader, but it's not a plan. Like, what was the actual plan? Was basically nothing. It was just disappear for 500 years and come back at a different time. I don't know. Yeah. Can agree with this. Appreciate how it wasn't just clicking and walking around the entire quest. I don't know, that mostly how it wasn't just clicking. But it was. but it mostly was. Still get the power of friendship. What did the Traveler do? Like, I've seen people say, like, some people say they're glad Traveler did something. What did the Traveler do? I really, this, like, it mostly felt like the Traveler just got pulled along, like, the whole time by things that were happening. And for some reason was recognized as the hero over anyone else, was the hero. By association. Yeah, we were told we did a lot. I don't think we actually did that much. Like, we helped out as much as some other people did, I think, in the war arc. Sure. In like, yeah, we went together with people to save Kachina. And yes, we got an ancient name because we hung out with people. And then we were with Muika. Like, this is a weird sentiment to see, I feel like. the Aether Lumine felt more involved. I mean, they were definitely more involved. I don't think in a particularly good way. I don't know. I wish they expanded on this. Like, I think it's a valuable perspective if they feel that way. I'm just curious why. Right? So. I don't know. Anyways, we did use the ancient name to beat the Abyss. I still don't understand why, like, Traveler was specifically important to that. Unless I missed some major plot details. I might have, I don't know. Okay, this is just a conversation between these two about some specific details. Just don't trust. I mean, it's safe to say that the Nut and Roxas are fairly engaged with the story, which is obviously an important factor, right? Like, Genshin has struggled to keep me engaged with its overarching story, with how they tell stories, generally speaking. And like I don't know. Like, I feel like it's very possible I would have liked the Natlan quest a bit more if I hadn't been forced to do it patch by patch, right? Like, if they didn't do FOMO gems, if they didn't do the FOMO Primo gem stuff, I probably would have considered not touching the Natlan Archon quest until it was fully done. But didn't happen. So Traveler went with Muika because they have Abyss resistance. Okay. Anyways, war quests. Oh yeah, this was a sentiment I saw before. A lot of sentiment of like the individuals that really like the lore of the game, they enjoyed this Archon quest. Because of, yeah, greater implications for where the story is headed. I'm sorry, I didn't get that vibe. The greater implications that we're going to eventually get into plot points with really powerful beings, like from Celestia and whatever, because like the story has long since been implying heading that direction. Like, was it cool seeing Ronova and whatever? Yeah. But I think the way it was done wasn't really that interesting, ultimately. I don't know. But, like, cool details you noticed, yeah. And Minkus didn't share any cool details. So, I don't know. Right, like, I'm not someone who's gotten really into the lore, right? So, I ultimately can't comment specific counterpoints of, like, no, I don't like this specific part of the lore. Because I didn't necessarily latch onto that. And I don't know, but like on a world building level, I've been reading, I've mentioned this in previous streams, On a world building level, I've been reading like fantasy stories from the last couple of years in a book club. Read the Malazan series, and then I've been reading a bunch of Brandon Sanderson. And like using Brandon Sanderson's work as an example. And it's a book, yes, it's a book series, not or a book universe. Not a video game. But like it's the same thing where it's like a conception of a large scale fantasy world. Like Sanderson slaps Genshin silly as far as like lore quality goes. I'm sorry. I don't know. But is it like, is some of the world building aspects of Genshin interesting? Yes. Like yeah, for sure. I've seen plenty of interesting details in like the lore of the game of things that have happened into that, right? But what we're actually experiencing happen is not that compelling on a like right? We're told of things that happen that are interesting, but then the things we actually experience happening through the course of the story feel like they semi-invalidate that. Like, I think that's what I think I feel from this. So I don't know. It's hard to nail down for me. Like what like there's not one, I guess there's not one specific problem that I have that makes Genshin fail to make me care that much about the lore, but I think it fails the prerequisite of not being an enjoyable enough story at a baseline to make me motivated to care about lore specific details like the archives and reading the books and whatever, right? Is maybe the simple way to put it. So, anyways. But yeah, talking about that's fair. Talking about the world quests in conjunction with, again, this specifically the Archon quest, but yeah. First act when we got to help Kachina gain confidence and fight in the pilgrimage was my favorite. Yeah, it wasn't bad. Like actually reflecting on it, I do think like Kachina's character arc was interesting in the overall quest. I still don't think it was super. I don't know, like my expectations going into Natlan, right, were like, it's a nation at war, and they're just like, let's go have a game. oh, okay. So that like it had that, like I had no expectations other than they were a nation at war, and then the first thing we start was let's do the Olympics. What? So I feel like there is that aspect that skews my perception a little bit. But yeah, I don't think it was a terrible character arc. But then yeah, no actual character development, generally speaking. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, and here the same general setup in here. Couldn't bring myself to care about the characters. Yeah. Did the story quest and everything, but still. Power of friendship thing led to the fact of the yeah, like power of friendship can work as a compelling storytelling thing. You know, they can do the My Little Pony, but they gotta like make the characters engaging enough to right? They failed to make the characters engaging enough. Yeah, they are mostly just friends and acquaintances. Yeah, I agree. I definitely agree with this sentiment. And I very much as I've gotten, like as I've partaken in many forms of media, quality character writing and is a really big component of how compelling a story is long term, and it's part of Genshin's failing and like how they have failed to develop Traveler as a real character. Because Traveler not being a real character hurts if they're involved in all the stories, especially when they're a focus of the story this time. They didn't develop Traveler. Traveler got more actual meaningful involvement as being a real character in Sitlali's story quest than they did in the whole quest. The end result was glazing Traveler. Like they tried to write a character-focused quest line that didn't have compelling characters and didn't develop characters. Other than Kachina somewhat. Some important detail about Moika's plan. What important detail? Nothing beats Akasha pulses and masquerades of the guilty. I assume this is the final bit of the Sumeru quest, I think. I mean, Capitano was fun. I still don't think Capitano was done that well. It was cool. And interesting, because his motives were interesting. I think the end result of what happened was extremely predictable and not that well done, but yeah. I don't know. I have nothing else to comment on Capitano if they're not going to say it. So some of these people I think are they're mentioning things that they liked, but then like not why they like them. like why did you like Capitano? I would oh well. Average. First half felt like it didn't need to be there. Second half was okay. Animations weren't really carried it. Yeah, the visual. There's been obvious visual improvements, budget improvements, whatever. Overall, writing was poor. Yep. Anyways, my intention is not just to have me being agreeing or disagreeing. I'm just reading through and giving my perspective. So obviously, it's going to tend towards being agree or disagree. I'm more curious of general sentiment for people writing out things. War itself to have any sizable emotional impact, people had to die. Issue is, I feel like we're seeing the comments tend a little bit. Am I wrong? Like there is obviously some in the upvoted comments specifically. We're seeing a tendency towards people probably being less happy with it, with the overall Natlan Archon quest. And that kind of is... It tells me that the people that were motivated to go to the comments are the people that didn't like it because they had thoughts about why they didn't like it to expand upon. And part of my hope with making this poll was to see people expand on thoughts on why they specifically liked it. Right? Like, I'm not getting much of the perspectives of, like, the specificities of why people liked it. Right? Moika profile says writing was poor. Look, you can like Moika, but think the writing was poor. Oh yeah, they brought up the medicine thing. So, anyways, wait, why did they? Did they bring it? Oh, there's supposed to be more to this comment, but it won't let me expand it, right? What's going on? All right, whatever. Yeah, why can't I expand these comments? What's wrong with YouTube? Bro, I can't expand these comments. There's like dots. Dot means there's more to the comment. That's why this person's mentioning that they mentioned the medicine thing. Why can't I expand the comment? YouTube, why are you so trash? I actually can't expand the comment. Bro. What? You can't expand it either, Frosty? What? It is the commenter? What do you mean? It's not the commenter that controls whether the comment can be expanded. Yeah, there could have been more character conflict that could have made... Like so Lolly and Oron was interesting because there was a character conflict, yeah. It works for me? Okay. Yeah, this is why I pay for premium. to remove... Okay, there's the read more button now. Okay. Yeah, it was gone before. I'm not blind, right? It was gone, right? Okay, it's back now. But anyways, I don't understand where the read more button went. Oh, YouTube. Where was that comment? I'm curious what the... Oh yeah, okay. The medicine, which yep, I definitely noticed too. Yeah, that was a very weird thing to have that interlude quest mention that specific downside of the medicine and then immediately transition to let's feed everyone the medicine. And not mention the side effect. Okay. Yep. They overall thought it was okay. Yeah, I'm curious. I'm curious if this person likes Moika's character. Because they thought the writing was poor, but they do have a Moika profile picture. It's completely fair if you just like Moika's design for whatever reason. It's fine. But yeah. I feel stupid. Was the read more always there? Was it? I don't know. I feel like it might have been too, but I was told in my chat it wasn't, so I'm pretty sure it wasn't. Anyways. Unless I was actually having a stroke. Maybe it was. People had to die. I don't know if people have to die as a requirement for like emotional impact. I think it could have made things better. One thing I had problems with, like, you know, they made Chaska's sister die. Like, right, I had that circumstance where it was like, oh, they did the stuff with the ghost in Act 5 with like Sitlali and the animals, right? With the animals' dead grandparents being like, we're not gonna go back to the afterlife because we'd rather fade from existence just to spend time with the baby dinosaur. That would have been such a compelling, strong thing with emotional impact to do with Chaska's sister. Like, but instead they're like, no, gotta have Chaska's sister be like, hey traveler, here's some animals in the Night Kingdom, I'll help you. 10 out of 10. Like, what a missed opportunity, I feel like, to not do something more emotionally impactful with Chaska's sister dying. In my opinion. Like, they did something that was like, oh, you almost did it, and then you're just like, no, let's just do animals instead. Like the animals were, it was a cute little thing too, but like, I don't know, it could, like, the animals could have been set up for Chaska's sister, and any like Chaska's sister interacting with Chaska in some form and having some impact, right? It's so weird. It really does feel like to me, yeah, that like MiHoYo can write really compelling stories when their focus is more limited. Like, I don't know if MiHoYo has what it takes for me, for my preferences, to write long, compelling, overarching stories. Like the more limited they get with lower amounts of characters, the more they have a chance of succeeding in my experience. So MiHoYo should continue to write short stories, I guess. But I don't know. They've also done other like decent overarching stories too. But I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, she was indeed a bit rushed. Yeah. And they're echoing the lore sentiment. Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, a lot of lore details are never explained very well without digging and making some loose connections, is my impression of much of Genshin's lore. Yeah. But it's ambiguous. But it's ambiguous as a... yeah. I'm hearing more hangouts. Yeah, exactly. More dating quests. Chaska's not a 5-year-old in order for her sister to face eternal damnation just to comfort her. I don't feel like arguing with you right now, Tom. But, like, off? That wouldn't be your choice. That would be the character's choice. like, I'm not saying Chaska needs to force her sister to face eternal damnation. I'm saying it could have been a character moment, an obvious character moment, to have Chaska interact with her sister in some form. Like, make some use with the fact that you had a character die, that it had some impact on the character, and you have this weird ghosty afterlife thing going on, where these characters could have interacted, and then you could do something with that. That's what I'm arguing. I do think it would be compelling to do a similar setup to what they did with the animals. You saying they have to face eternal damnation is a little bit way over dramatic, like, good Christ, when it fundamentally could be as simple as Kachui, whatever the heck her name is, I'm sorry, decides, because she's her own damn person who could decide for herself, she'd be her own character, right? Like, if you're actually, like, believing that they're their own character, like, she would have the ability to decide for herself if she wanted to stay for a few days in order to, like, say goodbye or not, kind of thing. I'm not saying they would have had to do that. My overall problem is that they did nothing. They did nothing with it. They did that with the whole I met dead people in my dream, but we didn't actually see anything from it. Yeah. Like, I don't know. It just feels like brief teasers of things that could have been good ideas and could have had much more impact than they did. But, like, I'm not saying they had to do one specific thing, but I think it would have been much more compelling than what they did. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. If they actually explored the grief, maybe they just would have cured her grief with a potion. Give Chaska migraines permanently. That's fair. But I actually, you know what? No, I disagree, Vega. I think they've done really, really good jobs with some specific character quests, like in Star Rail. Before I quit Star Rail, the one side quest with the girl in the dream world that was going to kill themselves, and it was pretty point and blank. Like there was a actually wonderful character interaction that was really creatively done as far as the interactive systems they have in Star Rail, on a simple visual representation level, but also like how it was built up and written. And this like slow impending sense of feeling of what this, like, you're like, oh, this quest is about someone who wants to kill themselves. Like, my point is, like, Mihoyo has some writers, at least in the company, to handle some heavy topics in like creative, interesting ways in their video game. So you know what, I disagree. I think they can deal with heavy things. That was a side quest, to be clear. Just a random side quest. I did that side quest because I needed like 40 Primo Gems in Star Rail, and then I like got wrapped into like an hour-long thing that was like one of the most like emotional slaps in the face that I'd experienced in a video game in a long time. Anyways, maybe I'll come back to Star Rail eventually for some of those kinds of quests, but I don't know. I kind of also don't want to because the other aspects of Star Rail that I don't like. Anyways, yeah, Paimon giving out the drugs was such a god, it was awful. Anyways, feels weird to give an overall rating when the individual arcs were more or less separate. No, what do you mean it feels weird to give an overall rating? This was one story. It was the Natlan Archon quest. That was one storyline. They were setting up things in the beginning for later on. What do you mean it feels weird to give an overall rating? That just means it's bad overall to you. I'm sorry. That just means you feel like it's bad overall. I feel like... But you feel like it's bad overall, but you liked parts of it. Like either just rate it as average, or I don't know. I don't understand why it's that hard to give an overall rating. Like, I don't know. It's kind of funny to me to argue you can't give an overall rating because it was so wishy-washy for individual parts. That's what they're saying. I don't know. You like Kachina? Yeah, some character arcs. Kapitan was her favorite. Yeah, and neglected in the second portion. Drop a bomb on us. Yeah. There's war. We win the war. That's it. Yeah, I overall agree. Happened before the Eternal Final Act 5 ruined it for you. Yep. They tried to make Marika carry the plot on her own. They tried to make nobody carry the plot. It felt like on Act 5. I don't even know what they were trying to do. I was surprised that they didn't focus more on Marika. Like they just it seemed like we had enough implication of Muika being an interesting character that people are just gonna care about Muika at this point, is what it felt like to me. When I expected something, but anyways, she's built up to be an unmovable paragon, no weaknesses or flaws. I mean, I did get a lot of vibe of that she was overly stressed and whatever from her responsibility as the Pyro Archon and trying to save Natlan and whatever. So I wouldn't say she was completely no weaknesses, no flaws, but they definitely didn't present that very well. I agree. She still definitely has the personality of wet cardboard. It's fine to have a character like that, but they can't carry the plot. Yeah. Yeah, it was so hard to care about, like, her, oh, I want to sacrifice myself at the end. It's like, okay. Okay. I think your justification is weird, but your justification for everything in the story has been weird, lady. So, it's just par for the course for you. Yeah. Might have justified the glazing somewhat. I wish they actually had the guts to kill off Muika, and they have that be the low point before the Traveler succeeds on their own. Might have justified the glazing. That's true. That is true. If they, like, had Muika die to, like, the dragon boss fight or whatever, and then Traveler succeeds, but then, like, Muika on their own, that would have justified the glazing, yeah. And then like, what happens after with, like, the stuff with Ronova? Does Muika dying justify the things with Ronova? Do you, like, I don't know. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that sentiment. I hadn't had that thought before. Yeah, killing off Muika, I agree, because of the fact that because they very clearly, right, set up, oh, Muika's gonna have to sacrifice herself very early on. But then they also very much clearly foreshadowed that, like, it was pretty obvious there was going to be, nope, Captain's going to sacrifice himself instead. And they could have done a reverse twist of actually still killing off Muika, and then let the Traveler be a real character after that point. Yeah, they could have done something with that. I don't know. They just wanted to sell her. It felt forced. Yeah, I agree. Anyways, could have still had Caputono take her place because getting killed by the Abyss didn't count or something. Yeah. Also, easy fixes. I'm baffled at the poor execution. Yeah. Being completed. They call static Luffy in One Piece or Goku. These characters don't carry the plot because they're struggles. It's because they're already complete that they can carry the plot influence. Okay, but Luffy has, like, I haven't watched One Piece other than, like, the Netflix show, to be clear. But Luffy makes a positive first impression and, like, is an enjoyable character who has an enjoyable perspective on life. And definitely a little bit after, I don't know, like, he's an interesting character at a baseline. At the very least, I don't know for the overarching story of One Piece whether or not he's a fairly static character. I have no idea whether this actually applies to Luffy. I feel like it doesn't based on how many people like One Piece, but that could be wrong. I don't know. Goku and Dragon Ball. I mean, yeah, I don't disagree with the sentiment for Goku, that Goku doesn't really change that much in most of the Dragon Ball stuff I've seen. Other than gaining new powers, of course. But, like, that's what Dragon Ball is. It's just a gratuitous power leveling animation silliness. I don't know. Like, was Dragon Ball ever trying to tell a really serious story? Like, I think it's a weird comparison to draw. I don't know. So, like, yes, Goku is a fairly uninteresting character on a characterization level, but he still has more personality than he has more interesting personality and enjoyable lines or whatever than Muika as a baseline too. So I don't know. I'm not sure what this person's trying to point out. They can already compete. They can carry the plot. She does move the plot with her immovable will. With her immovable will. Yeah, it does feel like I did have the theory myself that much of Natlan's story may have been just hampered by executive meddling, but I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, they're having the same, yeah. You don't need a character to have an arc to drive the plot. Yeah. So, alright, okay. They're just going back and forth on that, alright. It felt like he couldn't be human because she was so busy with saving Natlan. Yeah. I get what some of the vibe they're going for, but that also failed to make her interesting. Yeah. Farina was definitely a more developed character. You got it backwards, huh? I think I agree with this person. I hadn't had that thought. But how's that for an idea? Like, going into the Night Kingdom, finding the big bad, right? Like, if they had started immediately with, like, you come into Natlan and, like, they're at war actively or something, and you come in, you know, the hero from outside, right, and save the day. You come in and help them defeat the big bad after they're struggling, right? That's the start of the Natlan. Like, start with a bang of, like, starting the quest with fighting the big bad. You save the day, and then it flees to the surface, whatever the frick. Now monsters are all in the overworld. Now you gotta fight monsters in the overworld. Do that whole war arc. Yeah, that could have been a lot better structure, and could have again been another way of justifying, like, actually showing the traveler doing something. Still, like, forced, like oh, of course the pyro traveler, or not the pyro traveler, but of course traveler comes in just at the perfect time, right? Like, it still would have been a little bit contrived, but still actually, like, traveler would have done something more. Yeah, it didn't necessarily have to be the big bad right at the literal start. No, that's not, sorry. But yeah, there's just, yeah, been at war when we arrive rather than just like, let's have a party. You know, I almost feel like, what if they had more cliffhangers? Like, because, like, they don't do cliffhangers very much, do they? I know, like, cliffhangers are an art, to be clear. I'm not gonna say I have the answer for how to do cliffhangers right here. But now that I'm thinking of it, I feel like MiHoYo just doesn't do cliffhangers very well. Or, like, at all, basically. They did one? Did they do one in Natlan? What was the cliffhanger? Like, I'm talking like a cliffhanger that we have to wait for, right? Capitano death was one? What? How was that? That was not a cliffhanger. Act 4 to interlude Act 5 should have had cliffhangers. Yeah, I agree. Like, what is, the reason that popped into my head was whoever in chat suggested breaking the sky. Mentioned the breaking the sky into transition into Ronova. Yeah, what if breaking the sky and Ronova appeared where the sky broke? And like Dane's life quest? I don't remember it being a particularly interesting cliffhanger, but anyways. It's interesting that realization though that MiHoYo seems averse to cliffhangers. Which is like a different storytelling approach, obviously. I'm not saying cliffhangers have to be done. But it almost feels like maybe they could have utilized them better, particularly in this storyline, I feel like, in some ways. How would they pick it up back for the next act, though, if they tried to end on a cliffhanger? They would just pick up from where they left off. If you watch a show where an episode leaves on a cliffhanger, freaking Dan. Okay, you know what? Minor Dan spoilers. I'm not saying specifics, but Dan whole ass season ends on a cliffhanger, and a really annoying one. Like I was like that. Oh wow. Okay, I thought this was the last episode, but they must have another episode next week. Nope, it's the end of the season. What the f? I hated that. That was an awful cliffhanger. Don't do cliffhangers that way, you stupid idiots. Like it literally took Dan from like it was a 9 out of 10 show. Like 9 out of 10 to a 10 out of 10 show that I would like recommend to a lot of people, where I cannot recommend Dan as it currently exists where it ended. It pissed me off that much. But my point is that Dan had cliffhangers all over the place. It was every freaking week basically. Not every week. There was arcs that ended that didn't have cliffhanger, I think, but like most of the episodes was cliffhanger. Guess what? If you're watching weekly, you wait a week, and they pick up where I left off. And what do you mean there's less storytelling choice? But you're saying they're not doing episodic format? They're doing episodic format in Genshin. They're literally doing Natlan Archon Quest, Chapter 5, Part 1, 2, 3, 4. They can do cliffhangers. I'm not saying everyone needs a cliffhanger. I'm not saying... but I'm saying they could utilize cliffhangers as a tool sometimes. That's all. At least you can read the manga and know what happens next. No, because I feel like I read part of the Dandadan manga like originally when it was like popping off, and then I was like, kind of interesting, but like it didn't grab me that much. The anime actually grabbed me. The anime is better. I'd rather wait for the anime for Dandadan, and now I'm forced on to have a god awful cliffhanger. That leaves me with a negative impression of the show. But anyways, I meant storytelling choice in terms of Dandadan. Oh, sure. I agree, yes, it's a storytelling choice for Dan. Like, and the cliffhangers didn't bother me that much for Dan until the end, to be clear. It was a little bit annoying that they over-relied on them, but yeah. I'm just saying MiHoYo could actually utilize them, and they just don't, like, ever, which is interesting. And maybe that could have helped with some things. It genuinely could have made some things actively more engaging in the story. It's like it's one of those things like if you end one of like the Natlan Archon quest with a cliffhanger, right? Then think about how people would talk about that in the interim in the next patch, right? You're driving engagement and discussion and theorizing, and like people would have like a theory like, oh, this is gonna happen next to resolve whatever happens with this cliffhanger, and then someone then like pulls up that lore detail, and that's how you get people to actually care about the lore. That's my overall like point. Is cliffhangers are a narrative tool that they seem to just be like, no, we're not gonna touch cliffhangers. My realization was. The cliffhangers, the no-sees that we didn't take. Yeah, what a wonderful cliffhanger. What's gonna happen to the no-sees? How interesting. I'm like 90% sure Mawika's just gonna like show up. Oh god. Mawika's just gonna show up in Snezhnaya and be like, hey, I just decided to show up here and give the Tsaritsa my noses because Kaputano's a bro. It's gonna be something stupid like that. Anyways. My issue with Natlan's story is hilariously summed up by the game itself. Because barely anyone but the Traveler and Mohican Captain even matter, which the game itself points out at the end of Act 5 and telling the children the story. That's kind of true. Kachina is really only there other than them who actually pushes the plot along. It's a story arc. The rest of the characters are just there. Basically replace everyone else with the NPCs that ask you to do fetch quests, and nothing else would really change since none of them really have development. Yep. It's fine to have some characters not doing much. I really like Charlotte, and she's ultimately a filler character. But there are enough people doing things that have her as a filler character. Having her as a filler character is a nice break, since you can just have fun with her and not have to pay attention. Natlan has so many filler characters that instead it makes me just want to not pay attention constantly. Yeah, that's yep. Back to the character development conversation, but very hard to read the story because of my masculophobia and the captain. What is this? What is masculophobia? Fear of fear of masks. Okay. You know, I guess I could have guessed that, but I just assumed mask was something different. Interesting. and the captain showing up constantly, so he kept triggering your phobia, which is definitely going to color my experience. Interesting. I've never heard of fear of masks. I mean, there's fear of everything, but like, yeah. There's a fear of it too. Yeah. How does Air Tempest 8945 handle playing Genshin? That's why they never release mask characters. How common is masculophobia? Oh gosh. Anyways. Mr. Feet editing Eon-san out and no one noticing says a lot. You could edit out a lot of characters from Natlan and not notice. Really made all the effort I put into doing story quests, reading lore, and doing world quests worth it with all the new dialogue I got. Okay. What plan? I already talked about the plan earlier. Yeah, this line also like illustrates like exactly like was Traveler actually needed for any of this, right? It's like their very implication here was like, yeah, regardless of Traveler, it would have been fine. So like, why did the Traveler just get glazed to ever living hell? Okay. She felt like a prime Archon. Oh yeah, true, all the mobs have masks. Yeah, the Archon quest being more interactive with the world quest is a good thing. They've regained their appreciation to power of friendship. But they weren't real friends, I feel like. I'm sorry. They didn't actually make a compelling bond. Like, what characters... I don't know. To be clear, I didn't do the Chaska and Shallonen story quest. So maybe that was a compelling enough story quest in the same level of Sitlali's story to make it be like, oh yeah, there's a really strong bond between the Traveler that means power of friendship prevails. But like, they could have been more outright with the power of friendship, like literally My Little Pony it up, where like you get magic powers and literally from friendship instead of just unity saves the day. But it's only Traveler and Muika. They weren't. That's what I thought. I don't know. Anyways, I don't know. I can tell you, I don't watch I don't see power of friendship trope 24/7. And it didn't feel very compelling to me. So, like, I don't remember the last story I'd watched where the overall narrative, or story I watched, read, whatever, where the overall narrative was power of friendship is victory. It's like I don't disagree with them. It's not like it's not an inherently bad trope. It's just how it was executed. I don't think there was anything that compellingly executed that idea. I don't know. I'm just trying to like, I don't know. It feels very asshole-ish to say this, but it feels like this person is saying a lot without saying anything other than, I don't know. It's like, yes, I do think this is what they were trying to go for with Moika and give that impression to people. I'm just curious why does this person like why did this person enjoy that as the characterization? Wasn't the best in pushing the narrative forward. Genshin has never been good at pushing the narrative forward. Because it has no, like, compelling overarching narrative. They basically abandoned it. Like, yes, I know there's the overarching narrative with the no-seas being collected, and a little bit with Dane's life and whatever, but it's all just like very, very minor details that you get thrown as a bone in conjunction with the other things going on. It's not actually the narrative. The narrative is not actually the no-seas. It's the no-seas as part of a minor component as the other things going on. I don't know. Interesting. I don't know. She's very upfront. I don't know. Is she very upfront? She just, like, existed. I'm not saying she didn't do her job well. It's just... she felt like a government official. Oh boy. To preface, I play Genshin primarily for the story, and I'm educated in creative writing. Inazuma's story... Oh my. Yep. Oh my. Yep. I believe you. Oh boy. Quite weak. Yeah, Inazuma's story quite weak. Player character. Yeah, the presenting. Yeah, I agree. Yep. Focusing on the main flaw, yeah, I'd say, of the early Inazuma story was definitely the let's have a cool moment, and then transition to let's go and have a date with two ladies. Like, what? A's writing the weakest link here. Got retroactively better after our second story quest. Yeah, I was literally talking about that yesterday in my stream. Still quite a few flaws. Yeah. Yep. Yes. Sumeru is at this point the strongest set of Archon quests we've gotten thus far. I don't know. On my second go through of the Sumeru Archon quest, I liked it less. That's why I feel Fontaine's is the best, but I can completely understand with Sumeru being very good. Strong theming on power educational institutions possess. Ethical dilemmas, driven by a set of contracts. Yeah. The key factor of Sumeru's success was focused on character relationships. Yep. Character focus. It's almost like to good writing, character focus is important. And character focus and characters' relationships, yes. Without every single one gushing about the Traveler constantly. The character who had the closest relationship with the Traveler was Nahida, and this was also the point where the Traveler was characterized in the way I found most interesting. As a third party, they were able to see Nahida as an individual before an Archon. Additionally, the way Hindu, Buddhist, and Zoroastrian beliefs were incorporated into the story was a delight as someone very immersed in those theologies. Traveler. Even now, they still refuse to acknowledge, but it's hard not to be weighted despite everything. Yeah. Traveler's perspective here. Okay, so they're just, Story requests were incredibly strong. I haven't done that, but also wait, Emily's. Did they mean someone? Sumeru story quest. Emily. I don't know. I don't know what did they mean, like a different character? What other character do you think they meant? The locations in Sumeru? Okay, yeah. That's what they meant. Okay. That's fair. Anyways. That makes more sense. Was it actually focused on goings on in Sumeru? Or was it... I don't know. Anyways. I've heard a few people say like Yoimiya's second story quest was fairly compelling, which is interesting. I didn't know they were both in Sumeru. But anyways, are they just doing? Yeah. Why did they do them in Sumeru? That's interesting. Okay. Now I actually kind of want to do the story quest. Why are they in Sumeru? Don't spoil things and just yeah. It's already long enough. What do you mean? The stream? Oh yeah, I've been doing this for a long time. Sorry. An even better cast. Yeah, I think the individual characters having more of an impression on me is probably also a meaningful part of why I liked Fontaine more. I didn't have that strong of a character impression as this individual did, as far as the Sumeru characters go, but they were still good. Themes of justice and spectacle is where it falls. I mean, I actually think the themes of justice were kind of interesting in Natlan because it pointed out how I think it did a good job of pointing out how wishy-washy justice is. But I don't fundamentally disagree that they could have focused more on it. Yeah. Yeah, they're saying very close second to Sumeru. Yeah, okay. Natlan, on the other hand, was a nothing burger, even compared to Inazuma. Characters never had genuine conflict with each other. Yep. Every conflict was solved with conversation. Everyone essentially got along. Everything felt contrived because we were told everything rather than being shown anything. Yeah, yeah. Like, it's one thing to do tell, not show on occasion. And generally speaking, you know, show, not tell is the rule of better writing quality. But, like, so much of Genshin, and especially the Natlan quest, was so much tell, not show. So much tell, not show. Anyways, complexity in the characters and plotting was dumbed down for an audience with the literacy of a child. For the Nation of War, none of the characters, especially the Archon, had any passion or fire in their personalities. Yeah. For a set of Archon quests about war, we spent more time vacationing and partying than seriously dealing with the impacts of the war beyond death being sad, I guess. Which, death is sad, which was handled much less maturity than Sumeru and Fontaine dealt with death, thinking about the victims of Vache, and how grounded that storytelling was. Yep. Politics were dumbed down even more than Inazuma. The characterization was uniformly weak. Plotting was below average for the shonen-style plot, and the spectacle was not enough to carry me for the boring slot that was in Archon Quest. The male gaze is also significantly more present in the shots of Natlan compared to Sumeru and Fontaine. I'm inclined to believe that, but I also haven't, like, specifically tried to draw that comparison. I tend to not notice that as much personally. And female characters are far less interesting and fleshed out than the ones who came before. They seemingly exist for otakus to get off to, which is gross, and certainly not what I came to expect for this game after characters like Dia and Nahida. Understand their designs are certainly made to appeal to that crowd, but their writing was very genuine and all about who they were as individuals. That being said, the designs have gotten more fans overseas since Natlan started. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Overall. Comment has 162 likes. I mean, it's not surprising. I like, regardless of whatever you care about, some terminology they used. I think they've pretty much very obviously gone a bit more sexualized in some of their character design. You can argue it's because, like, Natlan's hot, so they gotta wear not anything. But yeah. This is probably one of the better outline breakdowns of their feelings on things and comparing to other quests in the game. It's interesting, like, I don't feel that strongly about, like, Sumeru and Fontaine. Like, they're not, like, the best stories I've ever read or anything. So it's interesting that this person is particularly specifically playing Genshin for story quality, because, like, the story is not what I am specifically playing Genshin for. I just play with the story because it's not like it's a miserable waste of time or anything, right? But yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. The very fact that there's such, like, whiplash between different storylines is, I think, an inherent problem to things. But yeah, Wika's outfit is horrible for hot weather. Oh yeah, that too. That too. So, I don't know. Anyways. WTF is wrong with YouTube? You disagree with this? Ollie? What do you disagree with? Or are you just upset about one specific thing they said that you disagree with? Because if you disagree, like I want your perspective, genuinely. Like I said earlier, I am seeing that in the comments, it seems like most of the people that went to the comments here were the people that were more critical, and I was kind of hoping for the people like the 20% of people that said they loved this and it was like the best in the game. I wanted those people to go in here, and they just didn't. Oh, you mean it isn't the top? Okay. No, yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, I have no idea. I have no idea what's up with YouTube sorting. Couldn't tell you. Just gonna try to skim through some things. I think we're getting overall the same vibes. Or like people that liked it. My overall vibe to the comments is that the people that liked it the most seem to be lore enjoyers, but like that seems to be the main thing. That's a selling point to people for the storyline of liking aspects of the Natlan story. Other than that, it's just like different kinds of perspectives on different issues. Yeah. Can we find something that's positive about it that isn't just lore? I guess there was a person that liked Moeka because she was a strong, steadfast individual or whatever. And just felt rushed. I don't think that was the only problem, but didn't feel like the great finale. It could have been Moeka and her sister meeting for the first time in hundreds of years. Felt so emotionless. Yep. They refuse to add new animate models' emotions. I mean, this is a more complicated problem I think they might realize. That would take like fundamental changes to how some things are made in the game. I'm not denying that they have money, but like it might be more of a complicated task than you realize on a development level. To not have configured the ways that the character models can be animated from a very foundational level to support doing that things. Like changing it after the fact is hard. But anyways. Yeah. So nothing but developer earned. Okay. Overall tone was way off. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to find. Okay, so any more perspectives other than lore that were positive? That's what I want to see if I can find. Night Kingdom stuff. Okay. Didn't have the highs. It was constantly mid. Yep. Overall plot was really good. The character writing not so much. Yeah. It's funny how bad people are at explaining things they like sometimes. Like I just want these 20%. Where's the 20% of people that said they loved it? Where are they? I want their explanation. Very good. Suffers in comparison to Fontaine. They found the fortress art miserable. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this was so... The Traveler Glazing Parade section was so weird. Best integration of gameplay and story. I mean, that's a sentiment we've seen a couple times. I still don't agree that it's fundamentally different from what they've done before. Just a little bit better balanced, I guess. It's just like it had more walking around and more fighting with the war arc in particular. I don't know. I feel like a lot of people, the war arc is skewing this integration of gameplay and story aspect. I still don't think it was as compelling as to me, as some people made it out to be, but that's fine. Except she also wasn't here for 500 years, so... Anyways. Okay. Another person that likes the Mawika's steadfast Tatakai. Keep him moving forward. I don't know. I really don't feel they did enough to like form the baseline of understanding why she has that mentality, right? Other than just like, I have responsibility. Like, it feels like that's a way that character, like if a person has that mentality in real life, they probably had experiences that made them feel that way. So if you're writing a story in a piece of media, I feel like you have to have some flashback, I guess. We needed a flashback arc. I don't know. Yeah, or it needed people having doubts in her to showcase her steadfastness. Yeah, something more with it. I don't know. I get that she had this aspect, but it just didn't feel that compelling. 500 years in complete isolation after losing all her friends. Was she in isolation? I thought she just was like, she like went into the future, like she just was unconscious or something, and like, or revived in a new body 500 years in the future. Okay. Yeah, sure. The war sequence is like the one thing they executed well. Interesting. I like hopefully this is not like so much of like I think the difference in perception in like this person thinking Natlan's story is good versus me thinking the Natlan story is very bad. It's just relative to other pieces of media they've experienced, right? Like has this person experienced things that were better written? Because that's what it feels like a lot of the times. Is like you just haven't seen what something better is like in order to realize how poor it is maybe my vibe. Like if I was tasked with writing the Natlan story, am I confident I would write something better than the Natlan story? No, not necessarily. No, that like if Mahoyo asked me to write the next region story, I'd be like, that's not. No, why are you asking me? Like, right? Like no. But like I'm not full of myself thinking I know everything about how to write a good story for every person on the planet. But like that feels like the overall impression to me is a lot of people just haven't experienced better writing. I'm sorry. I don't know. Which might be a little bit of an asshole thing to say. Because it's like you have not... It feels like I'm a little bit being like, you have not experienced cultured media. But I'm not trying to draw any specifics to something. I'm being vague on purpose because I don't think there's necessarily one specific piece of media they had to watch or read or whatever that would have changed this person's impression of the Natlan story, right? And I don't know how old they are. It's a factor as well, obviously. So interesting that lore people love it because it was a quick startable quest, you know. Yeah, this boss fight is so bad. Visually, it's fun, but good God, is it one of the worst boss fights I've fought in any video game, quite frankly. It's actually god-awful. Anyways. I guess that's why people say, like, oh, yeah, I don't watch that much Disney stuff. That's why I don't actually... I said how I don't experience power of friendship stuff very much, but I guess, yeah, Disney's probably doing that a lot, because child focus. How does age play into the factors? If you're younger, you've experienced less pieces of media, presumably. And you have less... Yeah, there's just less experience with different kinds of media. That's a simple explanation. It's not a one-to-one correlation, like, you are older if you experience more media, obviously. But the human brain also grows over time, and you learn to think about things in different ways. If you're going to ask a 10-year-old their experience of the Natlan story, you would expect to see tendencies, like a bunch of 10-year-olds. You'd expect to see a little bit different reactions to certain things. No? Because child brain different from adult brain. Human brain develops and learns new information that changes the ways we perceive things. That's it. On top of the experience of different pieces of media. No, haven't done the last part. They're probably not gonna... If they thought the other parts were average, I don't think they're gonna feel the rest yet. I agree. Natlan had a lot of potential. Yeah. Love the turf war. Turf war. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, they did, like, the war arc helped with, like, the things of, like, the nation at war on, like, the Inazuma. Yeah, we're gonna draw that comparison, yeah. Oh god, yeah, wait, use a special power. I didn't even catch this. Did I not catch this? It said this mysterious power predates even the 7 elements of Devat. In this line, she's talking about Nod Krai Snezhnaya. Oh god. It's just... Oh boy. I don't know if I'm optimistic about that. on a gameplay mechanics level, story level doesn't matter. This one has 35 upvotes, and it's in the, like, only 1 or 2 upvotes. Like, what? Yeah, I'm trying to fish for, like, positive impressions. Alright, well, I don't know, you can look at my community page if you guys wanted to read any of this stuff for yourself. I've looked at this for like over an hour at this point. And in fact, I've been streaming for way longer than I expected, actually. Because I spent longer. I don't know, it was interesting looking through all those, to be clear. But, also, I think I should end the stream. Yes, I need to do the Shenhe Lanyan material farming, but I can wait till whatever. It'll be fine, probably. Yeah, so I don't know. the VOD watchers, whoever, feel free to go in the comments. Let me know your thoughts. Whatever. I might peek through in my spare time, add more comments, but maybe I wish there was. It's one of those situations where like heck, sort them by controversial would be good, but YouTube doesn't have that, and it doesn't even sort the things properly, so it's kind of hard to use YouTube comments in that vein to get that vibe. But yeah, vibe seems to be the different takes of this, but overall vibe seems to be positive. Impressions were largely lower focused, and people who just, you know, liked some of the characters more. Like it was the Muika's character was a more compelling character. Like the power of friendship trope or whatever. More yada yada. That's my overall aspect, and then obviously then there's the perspectives on all the problems with character writing or whatever. So yeah, pull them with the API and run a sentiment analysis on them like a nerd. I mean, maybe I should. If I should I? I don't know. If I had done this as a more formal survey, maybe I would have. Because I feel like, maybe, I don't know, maybe I still will. I'll jot it in my notes to see if I want to do the effort of doing that. Natlan story. I do think it's going to skew towards negative in the comments, though, right? Is my impression there. So I don't know. Is weird. It did not seem like there was a representative number in the comments of people that were positive expanding on their thoughts based on what the poll results were. So I don't know if the comments actually helped that much for me gaining a good perspective on why some people liked it, other than just lore mostly, and specifically liking some other specific aspects of the overarching plot. I don't know. So anyways, it certainly didn't change my perspective that much. But maybe I went into it too close-minded or something, and maybe I'm just an asshole. I don't know. You would find the positive perspective on Reddit? Maybe, yeah. Reddit is definitely a better discussion platform, at the very least. So maybe I'll look at it there, but yeah. I think I've said enough. I think I'm done talking about the Natlan story at this point. This might be my final thing I ever say, and in the future I'll be like, nope, I didn't like the Natlan story, and we'll keep things simple. I don't know. Yep. That's my overall vibe, so I don't know. What else was on the agenda? The Lanyana and Shenhe materials, but I can do that later. I need to record, and it's 5 p.m. here, and I need to record still. I need to take a break. I want to record a superconduct video, and I also might record a tier list video, because people wanted that, and it's probably going to perform 10 times better than any other video I make, because tier list videos. Anyways. Superconduct video? Yeah. Yeah. Superconduct. And no, I'm not talking physical damage. I'm talking just build the team around superconduct. We'll see. And yes, obviously involves Sitlolly, because EM scaling cryo unit. Yep. Anyways. Yeah, superconduct character win, it's Sitlolly. It's Sitlolly. They tripled superconduct damage in the last patch, in version 5.2. And then this version, they released a cryo unit that is built with EM. Superconduct does more damage than you expected does now. So, yeah. Is it a good thing to spec the team around specifically? Not necessarily. I don't think that's going to be the conclusion, but I'm going to test the extent of it by doing a full electro cryo team. So we'll see what happens. The damage won't just be superconduct, but for like a reference frame of like how much damage superconduct can deal, If you look at like overload scaling, like they increased the overload scaling to 2.75, but overload can only be triggered once per, like the enemies can only, take damage, once every half second. Superconduct enemies can take damage. Superconduct is an AoE damage. It is the same AoE as overload, same AoE as Burgeon. It's a 5-meter AoE. And enemies can take damage twice. So, I don't think, wait, actually, oh frick, does the next Abyss cycle? Let me look it up. Here I am not into the stream. Does the next Abyss cycle have an AoE chamber? Because maybe I should wait till tomorrow to record this. I was going to record it today, and potentially post it tomorrow, actually. But showing Superconduct in AoE would be ideal. And this current Abyss is ass for that. Let's see.
Going into a trance is risky for most people, so don't get any ideas.
Doesn't really have AoE. Yeah, I can record it whenever. It doesn't have AoE. It has an Abyss that incentivizes cryo, which is something, I guess. First chamber isn't. No, it's not AoE. No, these are not AoE situations, guys. It's not AoE. 3 trash mobs into a boss is not AoE. 3 trash mobs into a boss. 3 trash mobs into a boss. And these are slightly less trash mobs, to be clear. This actually is like a slightly interesting AoE situation, I guess. This is not an AoE Abyss. This is 2 waves of single enemy. Single enemy, single enemy. It's not an AoE Abyss. This one is. This one's not. So anyway, but I don't want to wait that long. So, because it's a video gonna be talking about Sitlali. But yeah, Superconduct, like the damage has higher damage potential than Overload, and doesn't have like the knockback downside that Overload has. And yeah, and now we have a cryo unit that is intended to be built for EM anyways, so you can just get incidental a lot of additional like potential damage by having Sitlali in a team, maybe with some Electro. Like that's going to be the general lesson I suspect we're going to see, is that, you know, putting Sitlali in a team with Electro means you'll be able to get some additional Superconduct damage that is not going to be insignificant. And Superconduct is going to be good enough that it will deal enough damage that I don't think it's going to be hard to clear Abyss with it, is my point. That I think I'm going to... That is my guess. I haven't tried it yet. It's going to be my normal video style of like, here's the idea, let's see how it goes. So, anyways. We'll see. Look forward to that. Bye.